We are back live now as we continue to cover breaking severe weather. We have ongoing tornado warnings, severe storm warnings. We've been going on for a little while here with severe weather impacting a huge chunk of Wisconsin, but it's really just the start of the night. So if you're just jumping on, we are, again, continuing to cover a very active night of severe weather and just day one out of two. You know, this is not just the only day where we're going to be seeing severe weather. I've really been seeing a very strong signal. In fact, we've been talking about it for 10 days now, the signal tomorrow for that severe weather. So also, if you're looking for somewhere to get these warnings and advance notice on severe weather, again, 10 days ago is when we first started talking about the potential impacts of this system. And certainly we're seeing them now, and we're going to see them perhaps in a bigger way tomorrow. So if you're just jumping on, we are covering severe storms currently ongoing in Wisconsin, as well as a little bit farther south here in Illinois. We have also severe storms ongoing, and these are likely to become tornadic soon. In fact, we'll get a look at this across the central part of the state. Certainly, like I said, we have a lot going on, so I do expect that these storms in central Illinois, there's a lot in the atmosphere to work with. They will likely become tornadic too as we head into the next several hours tonight. It's currently 7:16 Central Time, so there's still daylight out there, and these storms are going to be feeding off of that. There will be a weakening trend gradually overnight, but there is a lot of spin. There's a lot of wind energy, and that's going to allow these storms to continue to feed as we get into the overnight hours. So it's not one of those setups where they immediately fade away once the sun sets. There is plenty of room for these to keep going, and I expect they will. Speaking of keeping going, if we take a look at storms near Milwaukee, that's still a very strong line of storms. And as it crosses the lake, I expect we're still going to see a lot of activity, and that's going to present the threat for severe weather out here even once they emerge onto the lake shore of Lake Michigan here. So we're not going to be done, when these storms, hit the lake, which they have. They're likely to continue moving into the western portion of the mitten, we'll say. And I expect we're going to continue to see what will be a severe weather threat into Michigan as well. So like I said, we just started the stream, so if you're just jumping on, welcome aboard as we continue to track severe weather. I am still setting things up partially as we go through this, but not to worry. We've been tracking the storms for a while, just getting the stream up and going, and what you're looking at is radar right now. You can see mainly severe storm warnings. We had an onslaught of tornado warnings pretty much off the bat for a good second there. Now we're looking at what is a little bit of a break, but things are going to pick back up again. Appleton, you got really lucky. So here's what happened in Appleton. If you're out there, you can see on radar, Appleton may be one of the luckiest parts of the state. I mean, you can see quite literally right here, Appleton, all the storms just split through Appleton right there. So pretty crazy to see that happen. But nonetheless, dodged a bullet in Appleton, although you're going to get some heavy rain here in just a minute, so it's not completely over. I saw some of the reports from Eau Claire, Wisconsin. I saw there was a tornado warning, of course, for downtown Eau Claire, and the hail sounded pretty significant too, as you were saying. I got a few messages from people out there talking about the hail they saw, so pretty impressive out there. If you're in Indiana tonight, the real concern is going to be in northern Indiana. All right, so if you're in Indiana and you're in the northern part of the state, that's really what we got to pay close attention to. If you're in southern Indiana, the threat is going to be more significant as we get into the daytime tomorrow. So we have some time before that threat, if you're in the southern part of the state, gets going. But if you're in northern Indiana, if you're north of Kokomo, that's where things get a little more active, a little more busy out there. So again, we are looking at active severe weather. We do have one tornado warning we'll take a look at again. This is near Antigo, not my last name Antico, but rather Antigo, Wisconsin, just to the west of it. It's moving into a pretty sparsely populated area, but if we take a look at our wind velocity here, again, not the clearest look on radar, but there was some better rotation on this earlier. I still believe this could produce a tornado, but if it does, it'd likely be more of a quick spin up than anything significant as far as I'm looking at right now. A lot of you guys seem to be asking questions about what's going to happen tomorrow, so let me give you an idea of what we're going to be tracking, and I'll open up our day 2 outlook. Actually, I'll open up day 1 first. And so here's our severe weather threat tonight. And more or less what we're looking at is anywhere shaded in that sort of brown color. This is your level 3 threat. So again, that's northern Indiana. That's basically if you're north of Indianapolis, you're in that level 3 threat. south of Indianapolis, a good chunk of Michigan in that level 2 threat as well. And you could get into some storms if you're in Pennsylvania, even out towards Pittsburgh. There may be some storms late tonight, but that threat's going to be diminishing pretty quickly the farther we go into the night. Now, you may have also seen for a second there, I pulled up our outlook for tomorrow. And tomorrow, guys, I believe this is going to be a pretty significant day. And I've been saying this for about a week now, that Friday's a day to watch. We already have that level 4 risk. Now, damaging wind is the primary threat tomorrow, not tornadoes, but tornadoes are still a pretty significant risk. We have a level 3 threat. You can see that across states like, that's a lot of states there. You got Missouri, Arkansas, Tennessee, Kentucky, Indiana, Ohio, Illinois, even West Virginia in there. And some areas facing storms today in that level 2 risk for tomorrow as well. So certainly we are looking at a pretty significant risk for severe weather, and one that is going to be wide-reaching too. But that level 4 risk you can see here, bigger cities in there: Clarksville, Tennessee; St. Louis, Missouri; Evansville, Indiana, Louisville, Kentucky; Carbondale, Illinois. Those are areas that we're watching very closely for tomorrow. So not to diminish the risk that we're seeing tonight, this is ongoing and it is significant, but tomorrow's threat is going to be, I expect, even more significant, because what we're going to end up seeing is a line of storms, and it's going to be producing severe weather for miles, tens of miles, we should say. So if you guys are in that, we got some people who are in that level 4 risk for tomorrow. If you're in that highest risk level for tomorrow, you got to make sure you have a way to get warnings, most importantly. But you also need to know where you're going to go if there is a warning where you are. So you got to think about a safe place, which is, again, going to be a sturdy structure. You want to go to the lowest floor of that too, an interior room if there is a tornado warning. So you just got to be thinking about that now. By the way, let me know where you guys are watching from, just out of curiosity, so I can get an idea where everyone is looking for weather information from. So you can just drop it in the comments. And by the way, if you're watching on TikTok and I'm not seeing your comments, I'm doing my best to catch all them. But there's a lot of you guys watching on TikTok right now. You can find the stream on YouTube at Tucker Weather as well, and I will see your comments on there a lot quicker. Because simply put, there are less people watching on YouTube right now. So you can find me at Tucker Weather there. And by the way, guys, just in case, just in case you're curious, and I like to say this, I am a meteorologist. I have been trained in this. I've covered many tornado outbreaks. So this is information you can trust. So consider sticking around as we cover this severe weather. Good question. How's Sheboygan looking? Let me get a look at that right now, actually. And we're going to continue to keep a close eye on numerous locations. But again, tonight is what our focus is on now. Tomorrow I do plan to go live as well. So if you're looking for weather information tomorrow, you can come back here again. So if you subscribe, you'll be right up to date as we go live again. So if you're in Sheboygan, I saw that question pop up here on YouTube. Here's what we're looking at, and you can see this area. You're pretty much right in it. You could probably tell me more what you're getting right now just from listening to the rain and likely a little bit of hail on the roof there. So there's Sheboygan right in the middle of your screen here. This is part of the Lake Michigan shoreline, of course, if you're not familiar with where that is, wherever people are watching from. We can get an idea of perhaps how much. Yeah, so when you get to some of those brighter colors, that suggests you probably got some hail if you're on the north side of Sheboygan. You're probably going to get a little bit on the south side too, but we certainly do have a pretty intense storm here. The warning is, of course, for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail, so it's not the biggest, but that is severe hail, and it is something that you could put some very, very small pings in. Not your car will be fine, but some stuff maybe a few little pings. Kankakee, Illinois. It's a good question. So basically, I'll say this. If you are, so you can see yourself right here in the middle of the screen if you're in Kankakee. Actually, I'm going to switch my highlighter to white. It'll be easier to see here. So there's Kankakee right in the middle of your screen. More or less, you're going to get into a storm here in just a moment, and it may be a large hail producer. So here's what I'm looking at here. We got a couple storms. This is a very, very big hail producer, actually, just to the south and west of Kankakee. It's warned for baseball-sized hail. That will do some damage right there. So this is a very strong storm moving into Fayersbury, Chatsworth. It is likely to pass. That's going to come very close to Kankakee. If you're in Kankakee and you got like 20 minutes, I would move your car under something if you can, because this is going to come through pretty hard, and this is going to do some damage to roofs too. Still some time for it to weaken before it gets in, but again, we're looking at this storm right here moving in the direction of Kankakee. That is producing some very large hail right now. Let's see. Kenosha, Wisconsin. We'll take a look at Kenosha for you, too. Then we're going to get some of the questions I'm seeing on TikTok. Kenosha, you're pretty much done with this bad weather. You got this one severe storm that's got to pass through, although this is actually not the severe storm. So you get some rain to get through in Kenosha. The severe weather's actually moved out, so you're doing all right moving forward here. Naperville, Illinois. You're in a spot in Naperville where severe weather is, again, not going to take you too late into the night, which is good. But in the near term here, we do need to keep an eye on the severe weather potential. Naperville, though, honestly, not in a bad spot. I can see you're getting some rain, or at least some heavy rain. Anyone in the Chicago area getting into some downpour activity, but unless one of these storms really blows up right now, I don't expect the severe weather threat will end up being realized as it may have been. You can see these storms here that are going through the Chicagoland area right now. These are going to basically be the last of the storms tonight. Once they're out, you're going to be all right. So just get through the rain you have right now. And like I said, that severe weather threat luckily doesn't look too significant. So anyone in the Chicago area, good to be watching right now. I'm continuing to monitor those pop-ups you're seeing, but nothing too bad. I can say that. I expect once the storm's in Kankakee, it'll last about 30 minutes or so. Let's see. Oak Creek, Wisconsin. Tell me which side of the state that is. And if you're in Ohio, I saw a couple of Ohio people. I saw Jackie on here a little earlier ask about Ohio. So Ohio, I'll switch back to our severe weather outlook here, and you can get an idea of what we're going to be looking at in terms of severe weather tonight. And I'll show you tomorrow too. But here's your risk level tonight, your risk zone. If you're on the northwestern portion of Ohio, you're in that level 3 risk for severe weather. If you're anywhere else in Ohio, you're more likely in a level 2 risk. Southern Ohio, that's a much lower risk. I wouldn't be too concerned about severe weather out there. But if you're in Cincinnati, Dayton, Columbus, Cleveland, you're in that level 2 risk. The tornado threat should not be very high once we get late into the night like that. But there could be some strong wind. There could be some large hail too. If you're closer to Toledo or even farther to the west, that's where you're in that level 3 risk for severe weather. And we're certainly going to be keeping a close eye on that too as these storms move into that area. There certainly is tornado potential in the northwestern portion of Ohio tonight. So that is something that I'm going to be watching for you too. If you're watching on YouTube, by the way, you may have noticed just there a second ago my little ticker emerged. That ticker I put on YouTube, it automatically... I wrote a little Python script, and it automatically takes in the warnings as issued by the National Weather Service, and it prints them out here on OBS, which is what I'm streaming on. So if you see that, those are actually real-time warnings being issued. So kind of cool little trick I added to the YouTube stream here. And if you're watching on TikTok, you can find the YouTube stream at Tucker Weather. But it doesn't look the prettiest yet, but I think it's pretty cool, and we're really going to be making some cool improvements to the streams over these next few weeks. So a lot of exciting things there. TikTok streams are the same old, same old. You've been watching me since last year. You know what to expect. Let's see. So how fast are storms moving? Yeah, that's a good question. So this one's moving at 50 miles per hour. That one moving into Kankakee, which honestly is likely the most concerning storm we have right now. Again, I'm going to take a quick look at this tornado warning in Wisconsin just to get an update here. But I haven't seen anything too concerning here. Velocity, it's hard to tell exactly what we got going on because we're kind of far away from the radar site, but it does appear the rotation is weakened in this. But if you're in Elko, even though you're not in the warning, that's a spot where you should be preparing to get out of your safe place. If you're near Elko, Wisconsin, I know that's not a very highly populated area, but it is just in case. You never know if there's someone out there. Storms moving 50 miles per hour, though, like you noted there, that is reasonably fast. You know, what I consider fast for storm motion probably begins at 50 miles per hour. 50 to 50 plus, I'd say is pretty fast. You know, typical would be something on the order of like 25 to 45. You know, that's pretty normal for storm speed. 35 is a pretty good average. Something's moving 20 or less, that's pretty darn slow, but 50 is a pretty good speed. If you're in Detroit, that severe weather threat picks up much later tonight. That's mainly going to be some wind out there in Detroit. Let's see what that question was. Now I'll get to more. I'm doing my best to get to your questions. Looking at TikTok now for questions, but again, if you guys are watching on TikTok and you have questions I'm not getting to, you can find my stream at Tucker Weather on YouTube. Be sure to subscribe there, but also I'll see your questions a lot faster if you ask them on YouTube. Grand Rapids right here. I'm watching you in Grand Rapids. I do expect the hail risk is going to decrease a lot as these storms cross the lake. But what I will say is that you could get some damaging wind out there in Grand Rapids. Tornado threat is certainly still exists, but it is going to be in a decreased state. So we kind of actually have like a small break in a way right now because these storms are crossing the lake, and it's taking some time for them to, it'll take some time for them to get back in order again. Looks like we did just get a new storm warning, though. This is for the Chicago area. Like I said, we'd be watching some of these pop-ups. Quarter-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. This may be delaying some flights at Chicago O'Hare right now, the airport being right in the middle of this. But we do have, of course, we do have a severe storm here. Again, could be some large hail, some strong wind, mainly on the west side and the north side of Chicago here. West and north side Chicago. Severe storm closer to Evanston and just outside Naperville. So if you're in Naperville, we were talking about that just a minute ago. Could get some heavy rain. Could be some small hail out there, but this threat's mainly to the east and north of you. Take a look at Marionette, Wisconsin. Just saw that question again right there on the YouTube. So let's take a look at Marionette, Wisconsin. And by the way, most of Wisconsin is in the clear. So what really what the concern is at this point in Wisconsin is just that coastline closer to Lake Michigan. So if you're in the central part of the state, you should be good. Marionette, though, that's a good question because you're certainly not quite in the clear yet. But there's some good news with this, too, because Marionette, again, right up here, you can see it right up here closer to the, more so, the UP. And a lot of these storms, as they move through Wisconsin, produce some pretty significant severe weather. As they move into the Upper Peninsula, we're looking at a much weaker version of these storms. So the good news is that if you're in the Upper Peninsula, if you're in Marionette, as the question came from, your severe weather threat is actually low to medium. I wouldn't call it even medium. It's on the lower end of that. So, important to note there may be some damaging wind gusts. There could still be a brief tornado, but the severe threat has really decreased a lot. Oshkosh, yeah. So, Oshkosh, you're in the clear. If you guys are in Oshkosh, Wisconsin, you're in the clear out there now. Oshkosh right here. The storm's moving to your east now. So you're out of it at this point. If you're in Oshkosh, you're done. You're done. You're good. So it's a good place to be. It's a good place to be. Done with the storms. We're really seeing the activity pick up more in Illinois at this point, and we're going to see it pick up in Michigan again pretty soon here as these storms cross the lake. So that's really what we're watching now for more active weather. I don't see any concerning rotation at the moment, which is good for sure. If you're asking some questions about Illinois and you're near Chicago, just tell me which side of Chicago you're on, because I honestly don't know every small place in Illinois as much as I wish I did. Storms enter Ohio, Jackie. They'll get there about, let's see, what time is it out there? Or Ohio, yeah, 8:33 Eastern time. You still have about, let's see, that's one. You still got about 2.5 hours before storms reach the western border of Ohio. So if you're in Ohio, those storms are going to be there, 11 o'clock and later. So later tonight. That's really what we're looking at for impacts out there. One of the things with Ohio is that storms, again, will weaken. But if you're in the northwest part of the state, that's where they're going to be on the stronger side of things. So you do especially need to be careful if you're in the northwestern part of the state. If you're closer to Columbus, that's where it's not quite as bad. I'll take a look at Champaign for you, Champaign, Illinois. I'm going to get to some of these questions. I'm seeing more people pop up on YouTube, so I'll get to the YouTube questions in a moment. But one of the things I've been watching with Illinois, again, is storms popping up right now. We actually just got a tornado warning, so we're going to look at that. And this is just north of Decatur, so we're going to take a close look at this one. This looks like it kind of came up pretty quick here, because I was just looking at this area, and I didn't see anything too crazy. But let me, again, just get my bearings here. So I hate to say it, if you are in Champaign, and this is not to say it's a worst case scenario, but if you're in Champaign, you do need to be thinking about where that safe place you're going to go is, because this tornado warning is not too far away. It is just north of Decatur. This is our storm that was warned, and let me tell you why it was warned here. If you take a look, you can see here, this is our supercells, we call it. You can see all the rain out there. And then it's this hook on the back end. You see how it kind of makes that shape at the end here? This is where your tornado would be, right in here, that circle I just made. That is why this storm was warned for a possible tornado. It is just radar indicated, so there's no confirmation of a tornado, but if we switch to our wind velocity, again, nothing too obvious, but there is certainly some rotation here, and what we're looking for are those red and green colors side by side. I'm just going to put this in motion just so I can see the last couple frames, see if I can pick anything out. Storm's definitely rotating. Again, if there's a tornado, it's going to end up being likely right in here, but I am not seeing anything that would suggest that we have a tornado on the ground right now. It just has the potential to produce one. So again, if you are on the north side of Decatur, if you're in Warrensburg, Forsyth, Argenta, Oriana, you should be heading to your safe place right now because you are in this tornado warning. No confirmation of a tornado right now, but that warning is out and it is something to take seriously. All right, let's see some of these questions. I'm seeing more come into the YouTube chats. Let's see. Carondale. Is that correct? How I pronounce that? I hope that is. Let's get a look at that location for you. I'm not exactly sure where it is, so I'm looking it up really quick. And by the way, guys, actually, which state are you in? If that is in Missouri, at least, you're all right until tomorrow. That's when things get a little more... Things will be active tomorrow afternoon out there in Missouri. Kankakee, Illinois, could it get a tornado? It does not seem like you're going to see a tornado out there. At least I don't see anything suggestive of that right now. I don't know exactly where Ludington, Michigan is, but let me break down Michigan for you because I've had a lot of Michigan questions. So let's just give you a full breakdown here. And I see Grand Rapids has come up quite a bit. So let's break this down. Storms right now, at this moment, are crossing the lake moving into Michigan. So obviously you can see them here crossing into Lake Michigan, of course. And if you are on the western lake shore, and really the western part of the state, that's where we're going to have the most significant damaging wind threat. There is still a low to medium tornado threat out there. There may be some large hail. So this includes Grand Rapids, this includes Kalamazoo, Muskegon, and even Traverse City is included in that too. Now, if you're anywhere else in Michigan, including Detroit, this includes Ann Arbor, Saginaw, if you're in Lansing, if you're really anywhere else in Michigan, not the western part of the state, we're looking at the severe weather threat that's going to be increasing in about 90 minutes, but it's going to be a lower to medium severe weather threat because storms are going to be weakening as they move in. I'm more concerned about damaging wind really everywhere in the state of Michigan, and the tornado threat is greatest in the western part of the state. It's not zero if you're in eastern Michigan, but it is at least something to note tonight. You just want to plan for the worst, but you're unlikely to be facing a tornado. Unlikely. Northern Michigan, so yeah, if you're in the northern part of Michigan out here, not the Upper Peninsula, but northern Michigan, I'm looking at what will be honestly, it looks like a pretty low severe weather threat, but damaging wind, if anything, is going to be your greatest concern. And you can kind of see it here, guys, if we take a look at our radar a little more closely. I'm going to pause it here for a moment. You can pretty clearly see this line forming here. And when you get those lines of storms to form, you're really looking more at a damaging wind threat. And you can kind of see this broadening out a bit. So a lot of Michigan is going to get storms. Doesn't mean you're all going to get severe weather, but you will certainly all have the potential for some damaging wind gusts as that line moves into the state right now. So that's what we're looking at this time for Michigan. My greatest concern with severe weather, to be completely honest, at this moment is more so what we're seeing here in central Illinois into northwest Indiana, and I would actually include the very south and western portion of Michigan too. So Kalamazoo, South Bend, even Gary, Indiana out there, Urbana-Champaign, Joliet, Chicago's included in this as well. And even as far south as Lafayette, Indiana, those are the areas that are at greatest risk for severe weather right now. If a tornado is going to occur, this is the most likely area at this time where a tornado would be occurring, at least within the next 90 minutes. That's where I would expect the highest threat is. Doesn't mean one will occur, but it does mean if you're in the area, you should be thinking about, again, where are you going to go if there's a severe storm warning? Do you have a way to get warnings besides just this stream, You want to make sure you're thinking of those things. I want to get an update on this tornado warning here now that we have some new radar scans, and it is getting pretty close to the north side of Decatur. Still just a radar indicated warning. If we do have a tornado, it is likely in here. I certainly do not have any conclusive evidence of a tornado, but right here is where it would be. Right here. And that is very close to Decatur. This would be moving through the north side of Decatur, closer to Forsyth, if a tornado was on the ground. That's a big if. We cannot confirm that there is one right now, but if one is on the ground, it would be right here by Bearsdale and moving south of Forsyth into Oriana, and it is just north of Decatur, downtown. So moving through a more populated area. If you're in any of these places, you have to be in your safe place. Again, that's the basement, or at least the lowest floor of your house, away from external walls and windows. I'll get to more of your questions here in a second. I just want to reintroduce myself again, and if you're just tuning in for the first time, my name's Tucker. I'm a meteorologist. I do this for a living. Not streaming for a living, but I'm a meteorologist actually on TV in Boston. Used to work on TV in Wisconsin and Indiana. So if you're looking for reliable weather information you can trust, hype-free stuff, all that, consider subscribing if you're watching on YouTube. Consider following if you're watching on TikTok. This is information you can trust, and it's information that is high quality. I'm very confident in my ability to forecast this, and I think I have a good track record too. So if you're looking for a good source of weather information, not somebody on the internet who's going to try to scare you to get clicks, this is a good source for you. A lot of you guys are asking questions. I'm going to do my best to get to them, but I will tell you completely honestly right now, at this time, there's around 15 of you on YouTube, and there's around 450 of you on TikTok. So if you're if you're asking questions and I'm not seeing them on TikTok, you can find me at Tucker Weather on YouTube. It is the exact same stream, and I will see your questions a lot faster there. I'm doing my best to answer all of them. I'm just letting you know that is what's going on here right now. I do want to take a quick look at this storm near Chicago too, by the way. Just double checking for rotation. I'm not saying there is any, but our storm's doing its thing. I don't expect this does not concern me for tornadoes, but I was just taking a look at this in case. See that kind of trailing edge here? Even right here, you have this little appendage. I was just making sure that wasn't rotating. It does not seem to be, which is good news. But you still have storms right now in the Chicago area that are strengthening. The current warning is for quarter-sized hail. I expect that's probably going to be bumped up to half-dollar-sized hail. So especially if you are on the north side of Chicago here, I'm looking at Melrose Park into Skokie and Evanston. Evanston, you're getting heavy rain right now, but hail may be in short order following what you're getting at this moment. So strong storm moving through the west and north side of Chicago at this moment. Also, for those of you guys in Kankakee or even Joliet, you have some strong storms. Joliet, you're going to be okay, but Kankakee, we still have lime-sized hail is what this warning is for. So not baseball size anymore, but lime size, which is pretty significant. Seeing a question about Saginaw, Michigan. We were talking about the Saginaw area not too long ago, and if we open up our radar again, we're seeing this line of storms move across Lake Michigan. As it moves into the actual state, we are going to see it weaken, and the greatest severe weather threat is going to end up being, like I said, on the western portion of Michigan here. If you're east of that line I just drew, you still have the potential for severe weather. That includes Saginaw, but it's mainly going to be damaging wind, and the severe threat is going to be more so isolated, scattered at worst, which means not everyone's going to have severe wind. It's just something that you should prepare for, but I don't expect it's going to be a widespread threat by the time it reaches Saginaw in about the next 90 minutes. So that's what we got going on here. Chicago is going to be, downtown Chicago looks okay right now, but I would be I'm watching this storm here near Bolingbrook as it moves into the more downtown Chicago area. That would be the one that would produce severe weather in Chicago if it can strengthen. We also got a storm that's moving right now over Joliet. We got to watch this one too. This storm right by Joliet. This could end up being severe, so I wouldn't be shocked if the south side of Chicago gets into a warning here. This is where you'd get that warning if it does go severe, and it'd likely be for wind and hail. So we're going to keep a close eye on that. But downtown Chicago at least doing all right now from everything I see. I don't see anything surprising happening. I'll say that, which is good news. Again, we're looking at our line of storms crossing Lake Michigan right now. Don't have many severe storm warnings at the moment because most of the storms are over the water. We do still have this tornado warning on the northern side of Decatur. Again, I'm going to take a look at what we have here on our wind velocity. And once more, if we do have a tornado with this storm, it's going to be on the north side of Decatur, likely just south of Forsyth here. Although this is getting into a bit of a messy storm, which is not a bad thing. It actually limits the tornado potential a bit, but we certainly still have the potential for large hail, damaging wind gusts. Looks like we just got a new severe storm warning, or perhaps an updated severe storm warning. And yes, if you've been watching for the last 2 minutes, you heard me say I believed this storm would be upgraded to $half sized hail. And if you can read what's on your screen, nonetheless, they have upgraded the warning on this storm near Chicago to $half sized hail. So not going to impact everybody, but it is going to be, this is going to be going through Skokokie and Evanston. So if you're in those places, get ready for some hail. It's $half sized hail is right in the borderline between denting cars and not. So I believe you'll be okay, but we really got to hope we don't get anything bigger. So we got to hope for that. Tornado watch in Michigan. Yeah, I did see the tornado watch issued out there. Certainly, that is, of course, that's the heads up from the National Weather Service. We're watching the storms right here, and the good news is that, again, not all of you are going to see tornadoes by any means. And I'll mention again the greatest threat, more so Kalamazoo, Grand Rapids, Muskegon. If there was going to be a tornado, that's where it is most likely. A bunch of you guys just popped on, by the way. So like I said, if you're just joining in here, my name's Tucker. I'm a meteorologist. I actually work on TV in Boston. So you're going to get good weather information here. I love weather, and I hate when people are hyping it up for no reason. So the information you get from me, if I'm really serious, you should take it seriously. If it's not as bad as people are saying, I'll tell you that too. So consider following, because I'm gonna give you the information straight up. I'm really transparent. I do my best to answer all of your questions. Although, like I said, and I'm flattered. There's a lot of you guys watching on TikTok right now, but there are so many of you, it's hard to see all your questions. So if you have questions I'm not answering, here's two things you can do. One, if you're curious about severe weather tomorrow, you can find me on Instagram at Tucker Weather, and if you send me your questions there, I'll get back to you. Just send me a follow if you're heading over to Instagram, just for your time. But if you are looking to ask questions right now, I'm also streaming on YouTube at Tucker Weather, and there are a lot less people watching on YouTube right now, simply put, so I'll see your questions much quicker there. Just to be transparent. I saw Bolingbrook, question about that, and you can see we have a storm right here, right over Bolingbrook. So you're really close to the radar, so the storm kind of hides. It's likely a little bigger than what it's leading on. That's what this guy is here. That's why you see all these lines coming out of it. That's the radar site. So Bolingbrook, you tell me if you're getting any hail out there right now. What you're getting now will be pretty much the only thing you see tonight, so you'll get through this okay. But I am looking at the potential for some small hail and definitely some heavy rain out there. Welcome the YouTube Prince. Welcome from TikTok. But Bolingbrook, you should be all right. I don't expect this is going to last very long there. And once that storm is out, you're good. We did just get an extended warning. Kankakee is included in this. It is for lime-sized hail and 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So Kankakee, you guys, who's watching from Kankakee in the chat? I'm just curious, because you guys are about to get into a pretty good-sized storm out there. Let's see. Naperville got a report of rolling thunder. No actual rain, though. That's good. There are some spots that narrowly dodged bullets. Naperville, one of them. I mean, literally, the storm is about... You got a storm just a few miles from you in Naperville, but the good news is that that is going to miss you. All right, let's see. No, I'm not expecting a tornado in Kankakee, but you should be planning for some hail out there. Cleveland, Ohio, the severe weather threat is going to be greatest after midnight tonight. Mainly a damaging wind threat for you if you're in Cleveland, Ohio. Kenosha and Racine, if you are in Kenosha or Racine, the threat is over where you are. You're all good out there. Most of Wisconsin in the clear now. So if you guys are asking questions from Wisconsin, the only places I'm really concerned about in Wisconsin at this moment would be, if you're in Door County, you still got storms to get through. But honestly, the severe weather threat in Wisconsin, pretty darn low now. So my Wisconsinites out there, things are looking up for you. I'll put it that way. I used to work in Eau Claire, Wisconsin. I don't know if we have anyone from Eau Claire watching right now. Excuse me if you're watching on YouTube. My allergies getting me a little bit. But our severe weather threat in Wisconsin has greatly diminished, and so I'm less concerned about storms out there. So I want to let you guys know that you can sleep sound tonight if you're in Wisconsin. Of course, I'll be watching for. We were covering the severe weather not too long ago too. I'm always watching Wisconsin closely. It's got a special place in my heart. We're going back to Chicago now because of two things. One, again, I got a question about the northern suburbs here. I'm looking more so Evanston and Skokokie. Those are two areas likely being impacted right now by hail and heavy rain. Some strong wind out there too. There is going to be some street flooding out there as well. That's where we're going to have some of the heavy rain really adding up. Chicago downtown, I mentioned we have a storm near Joliet that is likely to be severe storm or severe warned. And something about 5 minutes ago, it was just severe storm warned here. Downtown Chicago included in this as well. Quarter-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts for a severe storm that would be considered garden variety, if you will. But nonetheless, it is severe, and that can do damage. Hudson, Michigan. I've seen your question asked a bunch of times, so I'm sorry. I'm just getting to it now. But Hudson, Michigan, let me take a look at. I'm going back. I'm just showing you that line of storms moving through right now, and you can see the line of storms crossing Lake Michigan. So once those come on shore, that's when, of course, the severe weather threat in Michigan will be increasing. And that is going to happen here pretty soon, actually. We're not far from that. I'd say about a half hour or less, and that's going to get into the state. Hudson, Michigan, and really Detroit, Ann Arbor, Hudson, the south and eastern portion of the state. Your severe weather threat is mainly damaging wind. There is still a low tornado threat to be aware of, but that severe weather really won't pick up for another hour, or more so 2 hours actually at this point. So you still got some time before things really begin to get cooking out there, so to speak, if you will. Let's see what else we got here. I want to get back to this tornado warned storm. It's our only tornado warned storm. We're watching it right now. It is north of Decatur. Again, what we're seeing is sort of a jumbled mess of rain now. That's definitely some damaging wind, guys. You see those brighter pink colors in here? These are all different areas of damaging wind where, stuff, that's a scientific term, is being forced down out of the cloud. And that is a pretty good... It's sort of a segmented line of damaging wind moving in. So if you're in Long Creek, Cerro Gordo, Monticello, or DeLand, even in Urbana, that's where the damaging wind threat is quickly increasing right now. All right, let me take a look back at our YouTube chat here. Yeah, downtown Chicago, you're actually not in a bad spot. If you're in Ohio, it's, again, mainly for you guys in Ohio. I'll pull up our outlook for tonight. It's mainly the north and western portion of Ohio here. So again, Lima, Toledo, areas to the north and west, that is where we're looking at for our level 3 severe weather risk in Ohio. If you're outside of the northwest portion of Ohio, that severe weather threat decreases pretty quickly as we get later tonight. If there's a concert out there, if there's a concert at like guaranteed rate, if that's what you're referring to, that is definitely a good idea to delay it, because at least if you're on the south side of Chicago, that's where we have definitely a strong storm coming in. So hopefully people are inside and safe. Downtown Chicago is going to get into some rain here, by the way. You can see this right here moving into the Cicero area, but it's unlikely to be severe as it stands right now. Richmond, Indiana. That's a good question. So Richmond, I'll say this about Indiana. For most of Indiana, the threat is going to stay north of, the Indianapolis metro. So if you're in Indianapolis, you could still get some storms. I'm not saying don't take this seriously. There is still the potential for a tornado, but it's much, much lower than areas farther north, like Logansport or, even as far north as South Bend. Richmond, because you're farther east, that works in your favor too. So if you're in Richmond, I'd plan for some damaging wind gusts. I would plan for a potential tornado warning, but that's more out of an abundance of caution. I don't think that's very likely in Richmond for you tonight. But if something was to occur, it would be in the next 2 to 2.5 hours. Glenview, Illinois. Let me take a look at Glenview for you. I just got to look up exactly where that is. And again, we're looking at severe storms in the Chicago area right now. That's what I got you paused on, as we have some good hail beginning to emerge. Glenview, I see you on the north side of Chicago. If you're in Glenview, here's how close you're threading the needle. So you're actually in this severe storm warning, or right in the border of it. This storm is ending up just to your south. I mean, by a matter of miles. So if you're in Glenview, actually, you should get through tonight okay. But that is a close call in that, looks like we just got a new tornado warning per my YouTube alert. But if you're in Glenview, you'll be okay. Yeah, we did just get a new tornado warning. It is for this storm that we have been tracking for potential of a tornado. I mentioned Cerro Gordo, Bayment. I believe it's Beament. I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing that wrong. But we're looking at Illinois here. This is our new tornado warning just issued. Radar indicated. Again, it looks to me that they are concerned that something may be going on right. I know it looks like there's a little hook here, but to be honest, I actually believe the bigger concern is right in here. So just north of Cerro Gordo and moving into Beeman, Illinois. Again, my apologies if I'm mispronouncing that. We do have a tornado warning in effect now. And as far as Skokokie, Skokokie's been hit, but it's getting better out there in the Chicago area. It's trending down in Skokokie. But again, tornado warning out here for portions of Illinois near Cerro Gordo, moving into Beeman, Illinois. That is going to pass south of Urbana-Champaign. So luckily, Urbana-Champaign, you could still get into some damaging wind, but that tornado threat looks as though it will stay to the south, in the south of University of Illinois. Anyone out there actually in school still? Do we have people in school still? Or has everyone graduated? Oh, it's Skokie? Skokie. Thank you for that, UPS guy. I appreciate that. Let's see here. Again, we're looking at storms in the Chicago area. Yeah, so I went to Penn State. I graduated May 3rd. So May 3rd graduation I thought that was kind of early. I'm from Boston. A lot of schools don't get out for another week after that. But I wasn't sure what, we're getting to the end of what seems like it'd be the last week. I will take a look at Battle Creek for you in just a moment, by the way. Let me get to that. I'm going to switch our radar back to Chicago here for a moment. And then I'll get to Wheaton too. So let me get to Battle Creek, Michigan, and then we're going to get to Wheaton, Illinois. And if you guys are near any big cities, just tell me the big city you're near, because I don't expect there's going to be any big changes there. So Battle Creek, what I'm looking at is a severe weather threat that's going to increase in about the next year. The storm should be there in about the next hour. We're talking about mainly next hour to hour and a half, we'll say. Mainly damaging wind out there, but there is still a low tornado threat. So I want you to be aware of that. And really, I don't expect a tornado warning will be issued, but if one is, you should know where that safe place is that you're going to go. Stay near an interior room. Just stay in a sturdy building. That's a safe place. That sturdy has an interior room or a basement. Just stay near something like that. That's the best way to prepare right now. Wheaton, you're in the clear now. If you guys are in, actually, I'm going to pause it here for you guys so you can see what I'm talking about here. The Chicago area still has storms moving through, but if you're in places like Bolingbrook, if you're in Joliet, Naperville, or Aurora, Schaumburg as well, you're looking at a threat that has ended. So your severe weather threat is over now. Storms have passed through. Some of you got through pretty lucky, didn't see much. But we still have storms moving into the downtown Chicago area. Still some storms on the north side. And the south side's about to be impacted by this severe storm here, likely producing hail. Luckily not seeing much rotation, which is good. That is good. Okay, so I'm not seeing much rotation here on our storm on the south side, but likely some hail in there right now, and that will be bringing, again, at least some heavy rain, and the hail could cause a little bit of damage too. And we're continuing to watch our storms. We're on a little bit of a pause here in Michigan because storms, again, are over the lake, but once they get onto the other side of the lake here, that's where our severe weather threat will be increasing on the western shoreline of, I guess it's the eastern shoreline of Lake Michigan, the west coast of the state of Michigan, that would be. One tornado warning still in effect here near Cerro Gordo in Illinois, and this is a more clear picture here. Not a very great sign on radar. Again, this is not confirming a tornado is occurring, not confirming that at all, but that is a pretty tight area of rotation. And you can see more clearly here what we're seeing. And you see that it's pretty subtle, but you see that darker red color? And you obviously have your brighter red color here too. That would be an area of rotation. And our radar just updated here. If a tornado was occurring, it would likely be right in the Cerro Gordo area, continuing to move to the east. So again, I cannot confirm that one is occurring. If one is occurring, it's likely weak. But that is definitely, especially right here. Right here is where I'm looking. If there was a tornado, right by Cerro Gordo and moving east. So that's what we're watching right here. That is what we're keeping an eye on. And there's a lot of wind too, actually. I mean, beyond that, even if there was not a tornado, you have a lot of wind. It appears gusting out of the storm like this. You see that bright pink color? That's your wind really spreading out fast. And that's why we have a severe storm warning for damaging wind gust out here too. Grand Rapids, that severe weather threat increases in about the next, you got about 45 minutes or less. Grand Rapids, I expect those storms to get in there. Seeing a lot of questions in the YouTube chat. I'm going to get to that too. And if you're watching on TikTok, you can also ask your questions on YouTube at Tucker Weather. I'm streaming there too. And consider subscribing on YouTube, as I'm really trying to build a community there. And to be honest, I do much more in-depth updates on YouTube at Tucker Weather. So if you guys are interested in weather updates, and by the way, I was saying before too, not to toot my own horn too much, but I do want to say, this severe weather threat I mentioned first in a video last Tuesday. It's about 10 days ago. So that's the kind of weather update I do. I want to keep you, even if it's a low chance, I will tell you if there's a chance for severe weather way ahead of really anywhere else you're going to hear it. So if that sounds valuable to you, consider subscribing on YouTube, because I will always do my best to give you the information as early as possible. All right, let me get to some of the YouTube chat questions here. Bedford, Indiana. I'm not so concerned about Bedford tonight. There will be some storms out in Bedford. There could be some damaging wind. But tomorrow, the severe weather threat in Bedford is much more significant. So we are concerned more so about tornadoes tomorrow in Bedford, and damaging wind especially. So tomorrow afternoon, if you're in Bedford, if you're in Seymour, if you're in areas on the southern end of Indiana, even Bloomington or Columbus, it's tomorrow afternoon I really want to pay close attention to. That is our biggest threat tomorrow for you. Let's see here. Yeah, what's the weather everyone's talking about for tomorrow? That's a great question. Let's get into that right now too. And Evansville, yes, Paige, you're right in the middle of it tomorrow as well. Evansville is going to be in a tough spot for severe weather tomorrow. You really need to have a plan, and you really want to be thinking about, again, where's that safe place you're going to go if there is a warning where you are. I'm going to pull that up right now, guys, just because it's too significant to ignore. This is our severe weather threat for tomorrow. So let me talk over this and give you an idea of what you should be expecting. And here we have a pretty wide view. So let me annotate this. This red area here, that's your level 4 out of 5 severe weather risk. Those are not issued very much. If you find yourself in the level 4 risk, that may happen, where you live perhaps once or twice a year. We've had quite a few in this part of the country this year, though. We're talking, again, southeastern Missouri, southern Illinois, southern Indiana, Kentucky included in this as well. So that is your level 4 out of 5 severe weather risk. And the primary threat is tornadoes and damaging wind. In fact, damaging wind is a bigger concern here. By the way, we did just get a new tornado warning. I'm going to get to that in a minute, right when I wrap this up. Per the YouTube alert I just got, we did at least. But here is our level 4 risk for tomorrow. Louisville, Kentucky, St. Louis, Missouri, Evansville, Indiana, all in the heart of this. So this is a spot you really need to be paying close attention. Level 3 severe weather risk exists for really any neighboring area. This includes Indianapolis. This is down to about Memphis, Tennessee. Nashville, Tennessee is included in the level 3 risk. And these are areas, again, facing a significant tornado risk as well as damaging wind. So if you're in the level 3 threat, damaging wind and tornado is still very serious, even though there's a bullseye even more significant in the middle. And then the level 2 risk actually extends as far south as Dallas, Texas, and as far east as New Jersey. So we have a very wide-ranging level 2 risk here. And that is something that we will be watching, because what that says to me is that not only do we have a lot of people who are under potential severe weather, but this is likely to be a pretty long threat for severe weather too, because storms got to cover ground, and that's a lot of ground for them to cover. Not saying they're going to be moving from Dallas to New Jersey, but there's a lot of area under that area that were of interest, we'll say. A lot of area being covered by the severe weather threat. That's how I meant to say that. So that is our look tomorrow, mainly afternoon. By the way, if you're looking for updates on that, I did post a very in-depth YouTube video about that risk. So you can find that on YouTube. I also posted a video on TikTok about that too. So if you're looking for information on tomorrow's threat, you can take a look at those forecasts. We actually just got upgraded to a level 4 severe weather risk. That was today, but in my forecast update yesterday, you would have known yesterday, I was telling you that was a spot I expected we'd have a level 4 risk issued. And of course, that is what ended up happening. Sorry, Bryn, I hate to hear that. We will be live here tomorrow though. And let's see, Kaylee's asking, could Niles, Ohio possibly get a tornado watch or warning tonight? It is possible, but it is very unlikely. I'll tell you that. By the way, that tornado warning, it was not a new warning. It was actually an update to our current warning here. That's our area of interest just south of Beemont. Again, I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing that wrong, but that is how I'm reading it. This moved through Cerro Gordo just a few minutes ago. There may be a tornado being produced. Actually, it is right here. If there's a tornado, it would be right here, moving into Beemont. But I don't see any significant signs of a tornado. If I open up our debris tracker, once again, I'm not seeing any debris, which is good, but there is certainly tornado potential. And once again, guys, what I look for here, just so you know, so I can educate you a little bit on some meteorology, it's this hook here. And it's at the end of the hook that we would get a tornado. You see that hook shape I just drew? That's what we look for when we look for tornadoes. Yeah, I did see there were several tornadoes, it seemed like, in Wisconsin. Ooh, this is also a look here. So we're seeing more storms also form farther, closer to St. Louis, in fact, right now. I'll be watching that for a potential tornado threat in southern Indiana, right along I-70 there. We'll be watching later on this evening. Going to give you a look again at our severe weather in the Chicago area. We're still seeing strong storms move into downtown Chicago now. Actually, downtown Chicago is getting hit a little bit harder than I actually initially expected. But it is still mainly on the south side here. So what I'm seeing here is mainly, it looks like about 1-inch hail. Don't worry, 1-inch hail will not dent your car. I can tell you that from experience, as I have done quite a bit of storm chasing. Let's see. I'll get to Findlay, Ohio, and Sturgis, Michigan for you in a second, and I'll get to West Michigan too. Sturgis, Findlay, and West Michigan. I'll get to that in just a minute. But you can see we have quite a bit of hail. Well, I guess you can't see that, but we do have quite a bit of hail on the south side of Chicago. You have to take my word for it. Some heavy rain in terms of rotation here. I don't see that much, which is good. So I'm more concerned about wind and hail in the Chicago area. Hail causes damage. So that's the biggest concern there. But let me see what we have for questions. Again, I'm just kind of scrolling through chat here to catch back up. I'm doing my best to answer all you guys. Like I said, if you are in the TikTok chat, you can find me on YouTube at Tucker Weather 2. I will simply see your questions a lot quicker there. But I'm still looking through TikTok chat, getting to all your questions. Let's see here. I'm just trying to see what places have been coming up a lot. If you're in Western Michigan, you got about 15 minutes before these storms reach the coastline. So Western Michigan, that severe weather threat is increasing in about 15 more minutes. Again, you can see these storms really approaching the coastline now. And if I put this in motion, a lot of lightning out there too that you're seeing. So that is an area of interest, really anything on the western coastline, because again, that line of storms is coming in. The Sturgis area, there is certainly a severe weather threat. That's going to be what the storms we're seeing in Chicago. That's what you got to be watching here. That's a tornado threat for sure. That's a severe thunderstorm potential as well. Wind and hail is a possibility there too. So got to keep an eye on that one for sure. Again, you get about an hour and a half, perhaps closer to an hour in Sturgis, somewhere in that window, 60 to 90 minutes. Let me see here. By the way, guys, I am a meteorologist. I said it before, but if you're looking for someone you can trust with weather information, because it drives me crazy, guys, but there are a lot of people out there who Well, it makes sense. There's a lot of people who profit off of weather, by just generating clicks, by hyping weather up. Uh, I wish I could do that. I simply can't. I care too much about giving, honestly, an accurate forecast, and I think sometimes I have room to talk the weather up, and I don't. So at least that might make you feel more comfortable. You're going to get it as it is from me. So consider sticking with me for your weather information if you're just looking for something and you're not sure who to trust. This is stuff that you can trust. I can tell you that. Let's see. Schererville, Indiana. I will take a look at that. I'm going to look at Kalamazoo real quick too, just because it's right on my map here. Kalamazoo, that severe weather threat is going to be increasing more so in about the next, we'll say, you got about 60 minutes if you're in Kalamazoo as these storms begin to move in. If the sky is yellow, that's not bad, actually. That means the sun is probably shining up, or it's shining up to the top of the anvils of the clouds. That just means the worst of the storm has moved past if the sky is yellow. That's not bad. If the sky is green, different story. If it's yellow, that's better. Let me check Schererville for you, if I'm pronouncing that right. I know how to spell it at least. Looks like they just cut back that tornado warning a little bit. You may have just seen that alert show up on the YouTube feed. That is not a new warning. They just cut that back. Schererville. Okay, I got you. You get about 20 minutes or so. These storms are moving in pretty fast here, so you are going to be in a severe storm warning. This is in the Chicagoland area still, but in the Indiana side. So if you're near Valparaiso, if you can get to Valparaiso within 30 minutes, you got a severe storm that's getting to you in about 30 minutes too. Storms are weakening as they move in, but likely still producing strong wind. The hail threat seems to have decreased a bit though, so good news on that front. No pun intended there. All right. Hey, out of curiosity, I love to ask this on my streams, but is anybody here studying to be a meteorologist, interested in being a meteorologist? Do we have any meteorologists on here? I love to just hear who loves weather and offer any insight if I can help, because there's a lot to meteorology that a lot of people don't know, and it's good to know before getting into it. And that's not to say don't do it, but a lot of people think meteorology is just kind of like pointing at a screen and smiling, but there's a lot of math and science included in it. That's awesome, Gavin. And yeah, I actually chase storms myself. I'm going on a pretty big storm chase. I'm going on a storm chase in, what is it? Is today the 15th? I leave in 12 days to go on a really big storm chase. So if you're interested in following my storm chase adventure, again, you can follow me on TikTok. You can subscribe to me on YouTube as well, because I'm going to be posting the adventure, obviously. So that'll be pretty fun for you guys to follow along, hopefully. Let's see. Addie, that's awesome that you love weather. And Chasero13, I love that. Hey, it's never too late. It's never too late to learn about weather, even if you can't be a meteorologist. But yeah, weather is awesome. Weather is awesome. Yeah. Gosh. Storms are my favorite part of weather, personally. I see you in there, Addie. Storms are really cool because, they're just so intense, but they're also so small scale. I think it's incredible how some areas can be hit so hard by a storm. And, in the case of tornadoes, I mean, you can literally have a house a mile, not even a mile, a block down the street that's not impacted at all. And it's really sad, those big storms, but it's also, it really just goes to show how little we know yet. And that means there's just so much still to learn. And that fascination, that wanting to learn more and wanting to do more to protect, there's just so much you can do. And I mean, I just think, I don't know, it's just sort of an awe type of thing when you see a tornado or a massive storm. It's just crazy it's real and Mother Nature can do that. But we did just get a new severe storm warning, by the way, as I was talking about before. This is for the Chicagoland area, if you will, but it is in Indiana. So Gary, Indiana, Valparaiso, Schererville also included in this warning. As I mentioned, I believe it'd be mainly for wind, but there could be some hail. And it is 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts are the biggest threat. Hail up to quarter size is a possibility too. Let me get to Findlay, Ohio, because I've seen that question come up a lot. Findlay, Ohio. Let me take a look here. So Findlay, okay, I was just making sure I had the right spot. Findlay, that severe weather threat is going to be decreasing as storms move in, but you should be ready for damaging wind and a low chance for a tornado out there, a low chance. If you're in Findlay, though, the most important thing is to be prepared for storms after around midnight or even a little bit after. So storms come through pretty late out there, and I just want you to be prepared because if they come through overnight, you got to have a way to get warnings. And one thing you can do, too, is crown points in that warning, by the way. I just saw that question on there, that some damaging wind and large hail is possible, really in about the next 15 minutes, so get to your safe spot. But if you happen to be in Findlay, or if you're in Northwest Ohio, make sure you have your emergency alerts turned on your phone, because if there's a warning, you want that to wake you up, because really what's going to happen here is if there's a tornado warning, your phone's going to make a lot of noise, but I assume a lot of you are going to want to go to sleep. And if you go to sleep and there's a tornado warning, that can be a bad combo. So just make sure you have something that can wake you up. Also, the lighting here, if you're watching on YouTube, it feels a little spooky. Let me turn on a background light real quickly. Okay, there we go. I just felt like I was like a little too illuminated there. All right, a bunch of you guys are on here. I will say at this moment, we have a brief lull in the severe weather. Let me just see if this is going to get extended. I don't expect it will. Looks like they're going to drop the tornado warning in Illinois. So for the first time in a little bit, we are not going to have any tornado warnings active. In fact, it's just the Chicago area that we have severe storm warnings. But of course, that's going to change as these cross into Michigan. So I'm watching this closely. But if you guys are just tuning in here, my name's Tucker. I'm a meteorologist. I work on TV in Boston. I have a degree in meteorology. So this is weather information that you can trust. So if you're watching on TikTok, consider following there. If you're watching on YouTube, consider subscribing there. I love talking weather in general too. So if you have any weather questions, if you just want to interact, honestly, I plan on posting a lot more informal stuff and just kind of like sharing my life, because a lot of people don't know what meteorologists do, and it's kind of cool to show you behind the scenes, especially working on TV. A lot of people are interested in behind the scenes stuff. So consider following along on my grand journey of being a meteorologist. Little background on me. I've wanted to be a meteorologist since I was as young as I can remember. I mean, literally from the time I was 2 years old, I was reciting weather forecasts. So that's who I am. So if you're just interested in the life of a weatherman, consider following along. I'll be going storm chasing in 2 weeks, so things are going to get more interesting than just tracking storms on live. We'll be tracking storms in real life very soon. But I love talking weather, interacting with you guys. I feel like a lot of people on TV, they're not like super accessible, but I really like to make myself accessible because I like interacting with people. That's why I got into a more social side of meteorology. So again, I just like to share weather and talk about how cool it is and all that stuff. But let's see. Love learning about weather, but brain capacity may not hold on to it all. I'm planning on making more kind of like small educational videos on YouTube. So like if you guys are watching on YouTube, maybe you've seen these. If you guys are watching the live here on TikTok right now, consider following me on YouTube at Tucker Weather. I'm also streaming there right now, and I will see your questions a lot faster on YouTube. But if you subscribe to YouTube, you're going to see all my bite-sized weather lessons, just like little things that you can grasp onto. And I like to use real-life examples, so if there's ever something that you want to learn more about, you can ask me, and I'll make a video for you. But I plan on doing a lot more of that stuff. All right, getting to Michigan again. I saw that question about Twin Lake. Tell me what Twin Lake is near. Like, what's the biggest city near you? That'll help me pick it out on the map here. So let's see. I did just see that severe thunderstorm warning was just issued, by the way, for the western coastline of Michigan here. So this includes Ludington. Muskegon's included in this. Grand Rapids, not quite in this yet, but Grand Rapids likely to be added to this warning eventually, I expect. And this is mainly for damaging wind, as we were talking about. In fact, they're even saying that hail is not severe. There may be some hail, but it's not going to be severe hail. It's just damaging wind, as we've been talking about now for a little while. Damaging wind, your greatest concern in Michigan. They also note that a tornado is possible if we can get more rotation. So we do need to be watching for the potential of a tornado as well. Let's see. Jax is getting hit by it. Good luck. Report to me what you're seeing when it gets there. Yes, Grand Rapids, I've seen some questions in there. Grand Rapids, I do expect will be impacted by this storm. And what I'm looking at here, you can see, this is really interesting, guys. You see, you kind of got this frilly stuff, if you will, out ahead. That's actually not the part I'm worried about. You can see a more structurally sound line right behind that leading stuff. Does that help you kind of pick it out, drawing that front circle there? That's just being sucked into the line of storms. Your actual line of storms still coming on shore right now. So you got about 30 minutes if you're in Grand Rapids. A little bit less time if you're closer to Ludington or Muskegon. More like 15, 20 out there. A lot of guys just popping on the YouTube live. So welcome. If you're watching on TikTok, again, that's at Tucker Weather. I'll see your questions a lot faster on YouTube. Kentucky is all good tonight, but Kentucky, Jason, tomorrow, I really want you to be ready for severe weather, especially if you're on the western half of the state. Tornadoes and damaging wind tomorrow, mainly in the late afternoon in Kentucky and the evening. You really gotta watch that threat, take it seriously. Wabash, Indiana. You know what? I'm not seeing a ton in the way of severe weather threat right at this moment, but there is a line of storms. The southern end of this line of storms is moving into the Wabash Valley, at least. So if you're in western Indiana, you should be ready for some storms, and there is a low to medium severe threat. It just depends on whether these storms can really get their act together. Right now, they're not, which is good, but the potential is still certainly there. Let me see what else we got here. I'm just catching up on some of the YouTube chat questions. Wheaton, Illinois. You know, if you're in Illinois at this point, a lot of areas are in the clear, but you have to tell me where Wheaton is exactly. But for Illinois, Wheaton, yeah, there's the possibility of a tornado if you haven't had any storms yet, but the chances on the lower to medium side. Let me see what else we got here. Texas, the threat. Yeah, I'll talk about Texas here. Do we have anyone on the TikTok chat from Texas also? Just out of curiosity, any Texans out there? I'm planning a bachelor party in Dallas, Texas, by the way. So if you guys have any recommendations, I appreciate that. But Texas, the threat tomorrow is going to be in northeastern Texas. I'm looking at what will primarily be a damaging wind and large hail threat in northeastern Texas, but there is a low chance for a tornado out there as well. I did just get a notification of a tornado warning. I'm going to wait to see if that pops up on the map. I think they just canceled that tornado warning, though. I don't believe that's a new one. All right, let's see. I'm just catching up with some of your questions. Doing my best to catch up. And please do not spam the chat. Fort Wayne, Indiana, your severe threat's going to increase in about the next hour and a half. Mainly damaging wind out there, but there is still a low chance for a tornado. So you got some time to wait and watch, but you do need to be waiting and watching for something for sure. Let's see here. Let's see. Co-Wetzel's Riot Room in Fort Worth. Well, all right, so I'm thinking about... I appreciate that. recommendation. I'm planning to do like stockyards. I'm planning to do stockyards in Fort Worth for sure, because I feel like that's kind of like just like a thing you do. But I'll look at that too. Muskegon, just another question about if you guys are in Muskegon, you're probably hearing some thunder at this point. If you look out over the lake, you probably got a really cool view. But Muskegon right here. And this is the line that I'm watching. So that is going to produce some strong winds. So Muskegon, expect it to get very windy. I don't see a tornado threat right now, but expect it to get very windy in about 15 minutes. 15 to 20 minutes, we'll say. That rain's going to arrive in about 5 to 10, though, if you're in Muskegon. So we're watching for that. And again, if you guys happen to have any bachelor party recommendations for Dallas, Texas, I will also appreciate those in the chat as well. Grand Rapids is likely to be hit by this. You still have about a half hour out there in Grand Rapids, but you are likely to be impacted out there too. Because this line of storms, it's going to continue to push through much of the interior portion of Michigan. So Grand Rapids, you're going to be into that as well. Most of Michigan is going to be hit, but that threat's going to be decreasing as we move to the east. So the farther east you are, the better off you are. By the way, if you guys have questions about tomorrow's severe weather threat, you can find me at Tucker Weather on Instagram. And if you follow me there, you can DM me your questions on Instagram too. I do a lot of severe weather updates. I do a lot of hurricane updates, especially on Instagram as well. So especially as we get towards hurricane season, I know a lot of you guys aren't impacted by hurricanes, but I do severe weather there too. I do a lot of informal stuff on Instagram too because the stories make it easy. So if you guys are just interested, again, in some of the behind the scenes of weather, that's a good place to find me, at Tucker Weather on Instagram. Like when I go storm chasing, you're going to get all the behind the scenes on Instagram. I'll be posting basically where we are, what we're seeing. So yeah, at Tucker Weather if you're interested in another source there. All right, let's see what we got here. Alita, Ohio, you're going to need to tell me which part of the state Alita's in. But really, if you're in northwestern Ohio, that's where the impacts are going to be greatest. In fact, I'm going to pull up our severe weather outlook for tonight just so I can, illustrate that better. What we're seeing here, once again, is our level 3 risk for severe weather, primarily extending into, did they bump that? They might have bumped that a little bit farther to the east here. So that includes Lansing, that includes Grand Rapids, Fort Wayne is included in that level 3 risk. It goes as far east as Toledo. Southern Indiana, not included in that. That's a level 2 risk in southern Indiana. Columbus, Ohio, also a level 2 risk. Cleveland, level 2 as well. So this level 3 risk rather is mainly for these areas, like I was saying, a bit farther to the west that are going to be hit by some of this stronger winds. Let's see. Alexandra, your man's should be just fine, although his flight may be delayed a bit, but he'll be all right. He'll be all right. The storms are actually already on their way out of the Chicago Midway, actually out of the entire Chicago area. So good news there. This is our threat for the rest of tonight. That level 3 risk extending into, you can see, sort of the Toledo, Ohio area. Let's see here. Anyone in that level 3 risk, you certainly have the potential for power outages because with damaging wind, you can knock down trees and that can knock down power lines. So yes, definitely a power outage risk. Doesn't mean you're all going to see power outages, but you should be charging your phones. That's a good way to protect yourself from power outages. Charge those devices now before the storms get in and get strong. That's really what you want to do there. Let me take a look at Mount Pleasant, Michigan. Just got that question on the YouTube chat. And again, for those of you guys on TikTok, I am also streaming on YouTube at Tucker Weather. So if you want me to see your questions faster, you can find me on YouTube at Tucker Weather. And make sure to subscribe there too, because I do very regular weather updates. Very regular. If you're subscribed to me on YouTube and you're watching my updates, which I post every other day, I can almost guarantee you will be more informed on weather than anyone you know way before anyone else knows what's coming. Like, you will be the smart one telling everybody what's coming next because you got my updates, and I'm telling you, I'm definitely more known for giving early warnings. So that's a good thing you can go off of. I miss you guys in Indy too, by the way. I really do miss you guys in Indianapolis. Here's Mount Pleasant. Like I said, there we are, right in the border of that level 2, level 3 risk. And Mount Pleasant, the greatest threat's going to be damaging wind, but I'm less concerned about tornadoes out there. There is still a low chance, but Mount Pleasant, there you are, right in the border of that level 2, level 3 risk. Yeah, I used to work on TV in Indianapolis. For anyone curious, that was my home for about 2 years. This is a fun time of year to be in Indianapolis, without a doubt. And WEAU. We got some Eau Claire people on here too, perhaps. I'm guessing. That was my first home for 2 years in the TV business. And, it was my home for 2 years in real life too. I miss it out there as well. So great question. Those levels I was talking about. Level 3 threat means that severe weather is going to be pretty scattered, widely scattered. There's going to be quite a bit of severe weather, but not everyone's going to see it. Level 2 means it's more isolated, so there will be patches of severe weather. And if you're in a level 1 risk, that means there is maybe going to be an isolated severe storm or two. But 2 is isolated, 3 is scattered, 4 is widespread, 5 is widespread and very significant. We don't have any level 5 risks right now. We usually only get 1 or 2 per year, in fact. Our storm's just reaching the lake shore of Michigan now, too, so we're seeing that severe weather threat really begin to tick up at this point. Anyone getting rain out there? Muskegon is going to be in this severe weather warning that you already are in the warning, and there's likely to be some strong winds here very soon, probably in about 15 minutes at this point, and the rain's perhaps about 5 minutes away, if not there already. Storms are out of the Chicago area, unless you're on the south side. They're still working their way out of the south side of Chicago. Fort Wayne, Indiana, again, you got about an hour and a half before it gets in there. Let's see. Kalamazoo, I actually have to disagree. I think Kalamazoo's in a spot that may be impacted more heavily than a lot of areas. I'm not saying there's going to be a tornado in Kalamazoo, but you are in a spot where there is likely to be some damaging wind at least. So expect some trees and at least some minor damage. I'm not saying it's going to be a full-out disaster, but expect some minor damage at least if you're in Kalamazoo. New York, I'd show you New York, but I'll tell you there's not a lot going on in New York. I'm in Massachusetts, but New York, I'm watching for you for Saturday. If you're in New York State, Saturday is what we got to keep an eye on. Valparaiso, you get a severe storm warning where you are right now. We'll take a closer look at that. Damaging winds, the biggest concern. Although, you know what? That storm moving into the Valparaiso area, that's showing some signs of weakening. So there's going to be rain, there's going to be wind in Valparaiso, maybe some small hail, but I actually don't expect anything too bad there, luckily. Let's see, if you're an hour north of Grand Rapids, same deal as what I was saying for Grand Rapids. You have that damaging wind threat out there. South Bend, I expect South Bend is going to find itself in a severe storm warning at some point here, but it's not. I'm not seeing a tornado risk right now, at least in South Bend. Even if there was a tornado watch in South Bend, that doesn't mean there's going to be a tornado. It just means there's a potential for a tornado a little bit later on here. But I'm telling you, these storms are not quite as strong as I would have expected moving into South Bend. Still good to be on your toes, though. Let's see. Looks like we may have got a new severe storm warning, or at least an update to a severe storm warning. That is a new severe storm warning. So let me show you this new severe storm warning. Hey, good if you haven't had tornadoes. It's good if you haven't had tornadoes for 50 years. We did just get a new severe storm warning. This is pretty close to Traverse City. It's near Frankfort and Manistee, Michigan. Traverse City right here. Cadillac. Oh, you're kind of off the screen, I noticed on TikTok. Cadillac out here. Traverse City here. Frankfort, Manistee. Again, this line of storms coming on shore. This is for some 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So most of the western coastline of Michigan is under a severe storm warning now as our line of storms comes in. I'm actually looking at one area here moving into more so Grand Haven and Norton Shores. That looks like a pretty good signature for strong wind when you have that bowing shape. So it looks to me right now the strongest wind is going to occur as it stands to me right now around North Shores or Grand Haven in Michigan. That's where we certainly could see some 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts and perhaps some gusts that are even in excess of that. So that is what I'm seeing right now for the greatest severe weather potential at this moment right now. Give me 1 minute while I get some more information real quick. All right, so here's where we're at. Sorry, I just get an update on some weather data, and what I'm seeing right here is more or less our storms weakening just a bit again as they continue to move across the lake. So the good news, and actually also in the Chicagoland area, I'm not super impressed by what I'm seeing out towards, Gary and Valparaiso. So that would fare well if you're in South Bend because those storms are headed to you next. Also, not a ton of activity on the south end of this. Look at this. So see these storms that were in Illinois? These are really dying out fast. They're just having a hard time getting grounded. And that was one of the thoughts that I had going into this that we were looking at was, were these storms going to be able to make it? Because there is a lot there is a lot working against these storms too, and that seems to be winning. So that's very good news for Indiana and Illinois. These storms not really holding together. Okay, we just got a tornado warning and Muskegon is included. New tornado warning, Muskegon is included in this warning. This is what I was looking at To be honest, I don't see... I don't see a lot here, to be honest. But we do have a tornado warning that was just issued. Muskegon is included in this tornado warning. The storm at this point, it's raining in Muskegon, but it is raining in Muskegon. The dangerous part of the storm is about... I'm just trying to get you some more detailed info here. The dangerous part of the storm is about 10 minutes away. So if you're in Muskegon, again, personally, I'm not seeing much, but certainly the National Weather Service is. You do need to head to your safe place. So again, if you're in Muskegon, you got to be going down to the lowest floor of your house, an interior room. If you don't have a basement, you just want to put as much space between you and the roof and those outside walls as possible. So give yourself some space. We do have another severe storm warning. This is south of Grand Rapids. This is right along South Haven, if you're near that portion of the coastline. So basically every portion of the coastline of Michigan facing Lake Michigan, except for the Benton Harbor to Michigan City area. So outside of this area, everything is basically under a severe storm warning, and we do have that tornado warning for Muskegon now. So I'm going to keep a very close eye on this since it seems like we have a lot of people in this area. Grand Haven, Ferrysburg, Norton Shores, Muskegon Heights, Muskegon, Dalton also included in this, Moreland, Sullivan, Bridgeton also in this tornado warning as well. So that is our current warning right now. And it is a tornado warning, like I said. So I'm keeping a very close eye on this one. We don't have any radar updates yet. So in the meantime, like I said, we just got this new tornado warning. And if you're just tuning in, by the way, my name is Tucker. I'm a meteorologist. So this is legitimate weather information you can trust. There's a lot of people out there that will be spreading bad information to get you to click and follow and stuff like that. With me, you're always going to get information you can trust. So consider following for that, of course, because these days can be hard to find the good information that you can trust. And also, for those of you guys who are watching on TikTok, if you have questions, especially about this warning, I am streaming on YouTube at Tucker Weather right now as well. On YouTube at Tucker Weather. I'll see your questions a lot faster on YouTube if you have any questions and I'm not getting to them on TikTok. So consider finding me there. And if you have any questions about tomorrow's severe weather threat, you can find me at Tucker Weather on Instagram as well. Let's see. Yvonne lives in a mobile home. Should you go to a gas station down the road? Yeah. So if you're in that tornado warning and you live in a mobile home, if you got a storm shelter you can get to right now, you can go right now. Honestly, going to a gas station, yeah. If you can get there in 5 minutes, and I normally wouldn't recommend that, but if you can get there in 5 minutes, I'd go there right now, honestly. Because that's where, that's probably going to be safer than a mobile home here. Let's see. Southeast Michigan, so the Detroit area, storms don't come in until a little bit later this evening. And if you're in Detroit, I'm thinking it's going to be around midnight when storms come in. It'll be mainly a damaging wind threat out there. Yeah, Yvonne, I would actually go ahead and do that. Although that generally is not recommended, but I would go ahead and do that. Be safe. Let's see here. What's up out there in Grand Rapids? I'm watching Grand Rapids close for you guys out there too. I'll take a look at Bridgeton. Anderson, Indiana too, by the way. Anderson severe weather threat's going to be greater tomorrow. Cincinnati severe weather threat also will be more significant tomorrow. Let me see Bridgeton here for you as well. I'm looking up as many places as I can for you guys. Bridgeton, I'm looking at Bridgeton, Michigan at least. I assume we're talking Michigan. So if you're in Bridgeton, Michigan, that threat, you're not in the tornado warning, but you do need to be on alert for damaging wind gusts in a very short while here. Let me just plug in my phone, by the way. Keep this thing going. Needs a little running low on power. There we go. Still waiting for a radar update here, but like I said before, I don't see a lot I don't see a lot that drives this tornado warning. Yeah, Missouri, Kirsten, you're okay in Missouri until tomorrow. That's when things pick up. I don't see a lot that's driving this tornado warning right now personally, but you do need to take this tornado warning very seriously still. I certainly see damaging wind in here. And remember that area we were talking about before where you see these really bright blue colors on radar? That's headed right for the Grand Haven area. That's not a tornado, but that would be damaging wind. And honestly, damaging wind can be just as impactful as a weak tornado. So you really need to take that wind threat seriously too. And this line is really basically coming on shore right now across a good chunk of the state, but really just reaching Muskegon. So the dangerous part of the storm, about 5 minutes out from Muskegon at this point now. Southeast Michigan, there is a chance for a tornado warning later tonight in Southeast Michigan, but not right now. Martin, Michigan, sirens are going off if you're in Martin, Michigan. If sirens are going off, definitely get down to a safe place. You're going to be hit by a lot of wind, I will say that. Whether there will be a tornado or not, it's really hard to say. I don't believe a tornado is likely, but if you are in that tornado warning, if you're hearing sirens go off, you do got to take shelter. And again, that's the lowest floor of whatever building you're in, and you want to put as much space as you can between yourself and outside walls and windows. I've seen a lot of Lansing, Michigan questions. Lansing, you still have a little bit of time, and I'm thinking there's probably about 90 minutes before these storms get into Lansing, and you can kind of see it on the edge of your screen here. At least if you're watching on TikTok. On YouTube, you can see it pretty clearly. Lansing, that is going to be, again, about 90 minutes from now. So you still have some time as these severe storms come onto land here. And we're going to be watching as that is primarily going to show up in a damaging wind threat more than anything else. Pennsylvania, there is a severe weather threat in Pittsburgh early tomorrow morning, mainly wind. Could be a little bit of hail out there too. Also, just saying hello to everyone who is now watching on YouTube. Seen the numbers go up on there. If you're watching on YouTube again, you can, again, if you have questions I'm not getting to, you can watch my most recent weather update. That has all the details you need, not just for today, but if you skip to the second half of the video, it has everything for tomorrow too. And in fact, guys, let me tell you this as well. We have more than just one severe weather threat. I'm looking at an even bigger severe weather threat as we get into the week to next week. So Sunday through Tuesday next week. I'm telling you this now. This may be the first place you're hearing it, but Sunday through Tuesday next week, we have another pretty big severe weather threat. So I want you guys to be following along here as we continue to watch that. That is going to be just as serious as what we're seeing this week, in my opinion, from what I've seen. And I do think that next week we're going to be stuck with some pretty intense storms across states like Oklahoma, Texas, Kansas, and as far to the east as states like Illinois and Indiana, even Michigan. It's possible too. Also, I saw Middleton, Michigan was a question there. Right in the middle of the state. Makes sense why they named it Middleton, perhaps. Middleton, you got about an hour to an hour and a half before that severe weather threat really increases out there. Mainly going to be wind for you. Valparaiso, I'll get an update on. We're still looking at a severe storm warning for 70 mile per hour wind gusts, but I don't expect there's going to be 70 mile per hour wind gusts. These storms have weakened pretty quickly here. So Valparaiso, expect a storm. There may be some strong wind. There could be some minor damage, but I don't expect anything too intense. And that should be there in about 20 minutes. Muskegon, we got the rain coming onshore now. So if you're in Muskegon, the rain is falling and the wind is about to hit. Basically, where you see that cutoff between the red and the blue, that's your leading edge of the wind from the storm. And that is just reaching the shoreline. So get ready for that if you are in Muskegon, because that wind is about to hit, and it's going to hit pretty hard once it does. There will be some minor damage, I expect. And if you're in this area of Muskegon, Norton Shores, Grand Haven, you are in a tornado warning. So you should be on the lowest floor of your house, or a basement if you have one, and give yourself space between the outside walls and windows. Let's see. Getting back to more of your questions. Sounds good, CJ. Morgan, will it lose strength for reaching Lansing? These storms will weaken as they move into Lansing, but I don't expect it's going to completely die. So Lansing, I would expect storms tonight. I would not expect them to be as strong as they are right now, but you should be prepared for some wind for sure. That's your main concern. And a low chance for a tornado too. Let's see. Looked at other radars and other weather chats. Tell me where Cassopolis is, and I'll be able to tell you exactly what we're looking at. Illinois, the severe weather threat in Illinois has significantly decreased. Illinois looks like it's actually in pretty good shape tonight, luckily. I don't expect... There could be some small hail in Muskegon. I don't expect very much hail, though. This is now mainly wind. And that wind likely has just reached Muskegon. We're about to get an update on our wind here, our wind velocity map. I just showed you those reds and green colors, but I expect it's there. You can see that rain now on shore in Muskegon. So you guys out there, you could probably tell me what's going on where you are, but it looks like we likely have some pretty strong wind at the least. And again, what we're looking at is this sort of U shape here. That tells me that we're driving wind in from the middle part of the atmosphere, and it's likely doing a good job reaching the ground. So Muskegon, wind is the biggest concern. There is a tornado warning. I personally don't see the tornado threat, but you should be in your safe place regardless. So that's our main concern right now is what's going on there. The rest of the line just reaching the shore. A little farther north towards Shelby Township and towards Hart, Michigan. We also have a part of that line reaching the shoreline. By the way, guys, if you have just tuned in, I want to let you know that I am, in fact, a meteorologist. So the weather information you're getting is actually from an expert in this, not some random personality on the internet. And with me, you're never going to get hype. You're never going to get someone who's just going to try to scare you to get you to click or, subscribe to some kind of pay plan. I don't really know how people do that. But you're going to get real weather information from me and information you can trust. So if you're watching on TikTok, consider following here. If you're watching on YouTube, consider subscribing because, again, I'm going to do my best to give you the good stuff, the good weather information, hype-free, high quality. Your time is very valuable, and I don't want to waste it. So I'm just going to give you what you need and let you get on your way. If you guys are watching on TikTok and you just heard me say that, I post very regular weather updates on YouTube. They're all about 8 to 10 minutes. I do one every other day. 8 to 10 minutes is a pretty small amount of time to be completely up to date on the weather before it happens. I was saying that last Tuesday we were talking about this severe weather threat on YouTube. And so you would have been very, very, very well ahead of the game. So you can find me at Tucker Weather on YouTube there. I'm going to get to some of these 100-mile-per-hour wind in Muskegon. I'll have to verify that for myself. That would surprise me. I'm going to get back to the storms here again, and I'll talk about South Bend here because I've seen a lot of questions about that. I also want to mention, though, if you guys have weather questions about tomorrow's severe weather threat, because tomorrow looks even more significant, you can also find me at Tucker Weather on Instagram. If you follow me there, send me a DM. I will answer your weather questions on Instagram as well. And I do behind-the-scenes stuff on Instagram as well, too. So I work on TV. That's my day job. If you're interested in some behind-the-scenes stuff there, or behind-the-scenes storm chasing, since I'm doing that in 2 weeks, it's also a place you can find stuff. So the storms moving into South Bend here are weakening, and that is a good sign because that means what I'm seeing here is that the chances for severe weather in South Bend are kind of on the low side. So I'm not too concerned about South Bend, but you are going to get some storms. Let me try to verify that 100-mile-per-hour wind report you got from local news. Local news I trust. I work on local news. Those guys are good, even though for whatever reason some people say they're not. Local news, honestly, is still some of the best you're going to get out there. Any of you ever in Boston, be sure to turn on Boston 25. That is where you may find me on air. But I'm looking up and trying to verify that wind gust in the Muskegon area. Let me see what I can find right now. I do not see anything that says 100 miles per hour. Highest wind gusts I see right now, and there likely are stronger wind gusts, but the highest I see right now is 57 miles per hour. I'll tell you, I would be pretty surprised if there was a 100-mile-per-hour wind gust out there. That is very hard to do. Very hard to do. But it's possible. But those are levels that 100 miles per hour Grand Haven. I'll check back later, but I don't see that. I don't see that from what I'm looking at, and I don't see that personally. Not saying it's not accurate, but I don't see what they're looking at myself. That sounds a bit high, though. I'll say that. Yeah, 400 miles per hour. That'd be crazy. Okay, so that's different. So if you so what so I hear what you're saying now. So they're picking up the wind speeds on radar. Let me show you what they're doing here. There needs to be some explanation on that one. But what they're doing is, see, I got my scope out here. You see how I'm like scoping the storm here? Radar is spitting out wind speeds of 96 miles per hour right here, where you see that dark blue in Grand Haven. So that's true. The radar is measuring 96 miles per hour of wind. Again, this is a good weather lesson for you guys, by the way. Good little science lesson. Because it's registering 96 mile per hour winds, you know, that is a true reading, but it does not mean that we are actually seeing 96 mile per hour winds at the ground, because what's happening is it's measuring the wind above the ground at about a few thousand feet. And wind above the ground is stronger than wind at the ground because there's less friction. There's less trees and stuff to slow it down. There's 99. Yeah, so they're not wrong in saying that the radar may be measuring 100 mile per hour wind, but that is unlikely to be what is measured at the ground. That said, that is still very strong, and I would not be surprised. You can drive 100 mile per hour winds a few thousand feet up down to the ground at perhaps around 80 miles per hour. I would not be surprised if there may be some 80 mile per hour gusts near Grand Haven, Muskegon, Norton Shores. But 100 miles per hour, that is what's being measured above the ground where there is less friction by radar. So that is what you're hearing out there. Northeast Ohio, my biggest concern in Northeast Ohio is in the early morning tomorrow, mainly some wind, but the tornado threat out there is a lot lower. Three Rivers, Michigan, it depends. I don't know exactly where Three Rivers, Michigan is, but if you're on the eastern side of Michigan, it's mainly wind, and it's going to be closer to midnight. If you're in the western side of the state, it's right now. Iona, Michigan, again, you're going to need to give me some of the cities you guys are near, because I don't know exactly where Iona is, but hopefully I've been able to answer your questions just based on everything I'm saying, because I'm talking a lot about Michigan. It's our main area of focus right now. Yeah, Muskegon, been talking about. Muskegon's in it right now. Muskegon is in it. Muskegon likely just took a pretty good hit from the wind. You can see those bright blue colors. As we talked about a moment ago, the wind is greatest in the Grand Haven area. This is a tornado-warned storm too, although I'm not seeing much in the way of a tornado threat personally, but Muskegon is in it right now. The worst of the wind has probably hit, and it's now just a lot of rain and some lightning. I would not be surprised if there was some minor damage that has occurred with this storm as it's moved in. So something to note there for sure. Minor damage, very possible that has occurred. All right, let me take a look here. Iona's between Lansing and Grand Rapids, so that's good. If you're between Lansing and Grand Rapids, if you're right around here, this severe weather is still going to get to you, and I do expect it's primarily going to be damaging wind where you are. In fact, we just got a new severe storm warning that includes Grand Rapids, 80 mile per hour wind gusts, just like we said a moment ago. So I guess they do agree with what I'm forecasting here for you guys. You saw that, right? 80 mile per hour wind gusts, what that warning is. We were just talking about that a moment ago. So this is because we have, again, that segment of the line. See how it's bowing out? It's making that sort of sideways U shape. I guess it's more of a backward C shape. That is a sign that the wind is being driven efficiently down from the middle parts of the atmosphere down to the ground. So this is where your greatest damaging wind threat is going to be. And that's why now Grand Rapids is included in this warning, which is partially for 80 mile per hour wind gusts. That is significant. Let's see, just north of Fremont. Is Fremont, again, tell me exactly where Fremont is. It's possible some of you guys are hearing sirens go off now because of the significant damaging wind threat. Holland, I see Holland on the map here. You have about 5 minutes before the strong wind gets in. I don't expect the wind is going to be quite as significant in Holland, but you will still likely see some small, minor damage in and around. Cassopolis, I got you, a little north of Elkhart. Thanks for supplying that information. I'm less concerned about Cassopolis. I will say the southern end of our line of storms here is having a more difficult time maintaining its strength. So South Bend and Elkhart, that is good news for you guys. And while I still expect storms in South Bend and Elkhart, I do believe that severe weather threat is on the lower side right now, and it's mainly damaging wind. We did just get a new warning. This includes New Buffalo Township, Shoreham, Benton Harbor, Niles, Dowagiac. I'm saying that wrong, aren't I? Benton Harbor, though, yes, just included in the severe storm warning. 60-mile-per-hour wind gust is the concern out there. Fremont, just north of Muskegon. Thank you for that. So basically, if you're in Fremont, yeah, you're in the wind right now. But the worst of it is likely on. Oh, I see Fremont. There it is. Sorry, I'm catching on the map. Yes, in Fremont, you are going to be hit by some pretty strong wind here. You're not in the tornado warning, but again, you can see that Boeing segment here. And this is really going to do a lot of damage, this Boeing segment. This really is serious, this wind here, guys, because an 80-mile-per-hour wind gust will do just as much damage as a weak tornado will. I knew I said that town all wrong. So if you're in that area, though, Amada, sorry, you are looking at a damaging wind threat here. Fremont, what we're seeing is that damaging wind threat likely on the order, I could see wind gusts 70 to 80 miles per hour. So that could do some moderate wind damage. That will take down some trees in Fremont. So you're best off plugging in your devices now if they haven't been plugged in, because you don't want to lose power. So that's important for all you guys. And if you're in Grand Rapids, if you're in Lansing, if you're a little bit farther east of these areas we're talking about, plug in your devices now. Trust me. You do not want to lose power and have a dead phone. That is super annoying. Oh, let's see. Who we got? Emma's in Grand Haven. Emma, can you tell us anything about the storm? I'm really curious how it is out there. And thank you for the Dowagiac. Am I saying it right now? Thank you for the pronunciation on that. Let's see. Shane's in Ludington says it's crazy, and Ludington isn't even in the worst of this. So that says a lot about what we're seeing here, where this wind is very strong, in fact. Also, I do want to watch one area for we're going to keep an eye. This is in the tornado warning. Again, not to be lost, we are in a tornado warning, but by Sullivan, there may be a little area of rotation beginning to form. So by Sullivan, that'll be moving near Casnovia and Sparta eventually. Not a lot of rotation, just a little bit, something I'm going to be watching for you. We're looking at Michigan. And guys, if you're just tuning in, we are tracking severe weather right now. We have a tornado warning that's active, but more importantly, we have a very powerful line of storms producing wind gusts up to 80 miles per hour, moving in the direction of Sparta, which is just north of Grand Rapids. It just hit Muskegon. If you're in Muskegon, North Shores, or Grand Haven, it's likely the worst of this wind is slowing down, luckily. But nonetheless, you guys were just hit pretty good by the wind, and it is still working its way through those areas just a bit farther to the east. So a lot going on here right now. And even though, again, we don't have a significant tornado threat, when you have wind that's as strong as 80 miles per hour, that will do just as much damage as a weak tornado will. So, there are times when severe storms are more significant than tornadoes may be in terms of power, and this wind is certainly stronger than what you'd find in a weak tornado. Also, I am looking at some wind reports now as they come in. We don't have many yet, but I do have a wind report of 72 miles per hour just south of Muskegon near North Shores. I can confirm that we do have a 72 mile per hour wind gust reading, so that is being measured right now. Looks like we did just get a new severe storm warning. This is for northern Indiana. I was talking about how South Bend, I'm not as concerned about the severe weather threat, but we did just get a severe storm warning. It includes South Bend. 60 mile per hour wind gusts are possible. I don't believe many of you will get 60 mile per hour wind gusts, but there is the possibility that wind gusts will be up there. A bunch of you guys have just tuned in, by the way, so I'm happy to have you here, and hopefully we can keep you safe and keep you up to date here. Amada's saying there's a lot of lightning near Vandalia, Michigan. Between Kalamazoo and Grand Rapids. Let's get an idea on what you're seeing out there by Wayland between Kalamazoo and Grand Rapids. And what I'm seeing between Kalamazoo and Grand Rapids, let me see if I can get Wayland. There it is on the map. So Wayland, I got it right here. You are in a severe storm warning. The worst of this, luckily, is going to stay just barely to the north of you. But if you're in Wayland, I would be prepared for minor damage to be done by this wind. So you're going to be facing this in about the next 30 minutes, 20 to 30 minutes, and it's really going to be a pretty significant severe weather event as it moves through. And it's not going to be complete destruction or anything like that, but there will be some damage. I do know who Max Velocity is. I don't know him personally, but I do know who he is. He has a pretty awesome following. I know he's done great work creating that. Pretty cool. Also, by the way, guys, I was talking about this a moment ago. I'm giving you an early look on this one, but by Sullivan, Michigan, I believe the National Weather Service is watching this area for a potential tornado. This is near Ravenna. It's moving towards Sparta, Kent City, Cedar Springs, and Rockford, Michigan. And what I'm looking at more specifically, I know this looks sciencey, but you get that brighter blue color here, you get your red color here. It looks to me that we have some rotation right here, just to the east of Sullivan, Michigan. And so I'm watching that as they may be extending this tornado warning right there as well. You bet, Noel. I'm happy to help. Let's see. Bad winds in South Bend. You can hear the wind making the house creak. It's interesting, because I don't see any storms in South Bend yet, but sometimes you can get wind ahead of the storms. You're likely to get more wind out there in South Bend. All right, let's see here. We're waiting for new radar updates, so if you guys are just jumping on, I'll say it again. I just want to introduce myself. My name is Tucker. I am, in fact, a meteorologist. I have a degree in meteorology. I work on TV in Boston as a meteorologist and cover storms across the country here live whenever we get some big-time weather. So this is weather information you can trust. I will not hype up the weather. I will give it to you straight up. A lot of people might get more followers from hyping the weather, but that is not a part of my code, if you will. So if you're looking for information that you can trust, that's going to be straight up. Consider following here on TikTok. Consider subscribing if you're watching on YouTube. And for those of you guys who are on TikTok, I am also streaming at Tucker Weather on YouTube. I will see a lot more of your questions if you ask them on YouTube. I'm doing my best to go through all of them on TikTok, but just simply put, there are less people watching on YouTube right now, so at Tucker Weather on YouTube. If you head on over there, if you subscribe over there, you're going to get your questions answered a lot quicker. I will also mention tomorrow we have a very big severe weather threat. It's going to be a bit south of what we're looking at tonight, but if you have questions about tomorrow's severe weather threat, you can send me a message on Instagram at Tucker Weather. Follow me there, and I will respond to you. I'll do my best to get back to any of your questions out there. And yeah, that pretty much sums it up. But I also want to mention, too, on YouTube, if you're looking for a source where you can get weather information well ahead of time, we were talking about, believe it or not, we were talking about this severe weather threat right now, last Tuesday on YouTube. I do videos every other day, giving you updates on the severe weather. So last Tuesday on YouTube, I gave you an update. You would be able to plan, almost 10 days in advance. So you're not gonna be able to compete with that in a lot of places. So that's a good place. Again, YouTube at Tucker Weather to get information. But back to the storms here now. I don't want to spend too much time on that, but we're waiting for radar updates. Kalamazoo, I will tell you, you got about 45 minutes or so still, but it is going to get windy there very soon. That wind is going to be picking up pretty soon out there in Kalamazoo. All right, let me see what else we got here. Welcome if you guys are just tuning in, like I said, on TikTok and on YouTube. We just got a new tornado warning, by the way. So I'm going to get to your questions. I see a bunch of you guys asking questions on YouTube. I will get to those in a minute, but I want to get to right now. This is breaking, a new tornado warning that has just been issued. This is near Holland, Michigan, Zeeland, Hudsonville. If you are in any of these places, if you're in this tornado warning, you have to head to that safe place right now. That's your basement. And if you don't have a basement, you got to get to the lowest floor of your house, into an interior room. You got to stay away from walls and windows. And boy, oh boy, that is an area of rotation right there. Let me just double check that that's legit. It is. Wow. So what is likely happening right now? So it looks like we likely have a water spout ongoing on Lake Michigan. A water spout is quite literally a water tornado. We may actually have two ongoing right now. So what I'm looking at is right here, that red and blue color side by side here and here. That may be two water spouts about to come on shore, and this would be just north of Holland, Michigan. So this is pretty serious. If you live on the coastline right now, guys, because once a water spout goes onto land, it is considered a tornado. If you live south of Port Sheldon on the coastline, towards Holland, Michigan. Again, we may have 2 waterspouts ongoing on Lake Michigan. That's what it looks like to me. And they are both about to come ashore, likely to become twin tornadoes as they reach the coastline here. So this is really ramping up in intensity right now, what we're seeing at this moment. Those are pretty well embedded in the storm, but that is something that's developing very quickly right now. Even this latest update, we may have, it's hard to say. It does still look like we may have 2. There's at least 2. There may be 3 areas of rotation right here. So a lot of times waterspouts, when they come on shore, they don't last super long. But if you live on the shoreline here, you have to be heading to your safe place now. That is south of Port Sheldon, down towards Holland, Michigan. So that is where this tornado warning is, why this tornado warning has been issued. We still have the tornado warning on the north side, to the north of this, I should say, as well, near Ravenna and moving in towards Casnovia. I do not see as imminent a threat here, but there is at least some rotation in this storm. Doesn't mean there's going to be a tornado right now, but there is some rotation. And on top of all that, we have some very powerful wind moving into, Sparta, Michigan is going to get hit pretty hard by this one. But that bowing segment is what we're really looking at here, that bowing segment of the line. That's a great question by Angela on the YouTube chat here at Tucker Weather. She says or asks, on average, how long do we have to seek safety when a tornado warning is issued? There's a lot of research going into extending how much time you have. We call it lead time. But right now, lead time is usually about 10 minutes. So you got to take action. Once a tornado warning is issued, you really got to take action. And that's why I'm speaking with a bit more urgency here, because I don't want you guys to think you can just kind of, go about your business and take your time. You really got to head to that safe place as soon as a warning's issued. If you guys are in a safe place, like a basement or an interior room in your house, I can never guarantee anything, but you are very, very, very likely to be okay if you have that safe place and you're in it and you're taking the proper precautions like that. I'm just trying to get some of your questions too while I wait for another radar update. Seen a lot of Jackson, Michigan questions. Let me get to Jackson, Michigan for you. And once we get our new radar update, I'm going to get another look at some of these warnings. But again, we are looking at, as I was mentioning a little while ago, as these storms come along the shore, we are seeing an uptick in activity. Those of you guys who are asking about Jackson, Michigan, you guys are still pretty far to the east. There is mainly going to be a damaging wind threat out there. Could still be some tornadoes out there too. And if you guys are just tuning in, by the way, because I see a lot of you just jumped on YouTube, I'm streaming at Tucker Weather, and I'm streaming here on TikTok as well. I'm a meteorologist. I'm trained in this. I have a degree in this. I've covered tornado outbreaks on TV and on lives, so you're going to be getting good weather information here. I'm not going to tell you anything to scare you. I'm going to tell you how it is. No hype, but we do need to take this seriously right now. Again, still looking at a potential area. Well, not a potential. We are looking at an area of rotation and potential tornado near Casnovia and Kent City. That we'll see if that warning gets extended, that tornado warning. But more importantly, perhaps not more importantly, but more urgently, we may have just had a tornado or at least waterspout come ashore here. This is just south of Port Sheldon, Michigan. So right by Riley Street, Quincy Street, 160th Ave. If you guys are familiar with those areas, it's moving into the Pine Creek neighborhood. If we have a tornado on the ground, that is where it would be. What is that? Makatawa Legends Golf and Country Club. You're also in a spot that may be impacted by this possible tornado. It's still radar indicated. There is no confirmation of a tornado right now, but there is a pretty strong signature that at least something is going on here, and it is a very strong rotational signature. If we did have a tornado on the ground, what you'd be looking for is a blue bullseye, a blue hole that looks something like this, like I'm drawing on the map. Simply put, I don't see that right now. You don't see it either because it's not there. But we'll continue to check back on that just in case there is any debris that occurs. Let's see. Luther, Michigan. What cities are Luther, Michigan by? Here, how's this? If you're tenting in Michigan right now, just go to a safer place for me, because tonight we do have strong storms, and you really don't want to push the weather. You don't want to push it with Mother Nature tonight. So I would definitely be heading to that safe place. All right. Still seeing some strong storms, again, reach the shoreline. they're really onshore now, pushing into the state. I want to get an update on some of our wind speeds so far. So let me get an update on if there was any, we have any significant wind gusts. And by the way, if you guys are watching on TikTok, I encourage you to watch on YouTube at Tucker Weather. I will see your questions a lot quicker there. And like I said on YouTube, I do regular weather updates every other day, and you will stay well ahead of severe weather. We go live, of course, as it's happening, but I'll make sure that you're prepared for this weather a week in advance if I can. And a lot of times we have been able to successfully do that, keep you guys way ahead of the storms. Looking at our latest wind gust readings, I am seeing a lot of confirmed wind gusts here in... we have a 61 mile per hour wind gust from the Muskegon airport. A lot of 50 mile per hour wind gusts being measured, but I do believe there are more reports that we simply don't have right now. Actually, let me see what else. That's current wind gusts. So peak wind gusts still so far. The highest I'm seeing is 72 miles per hour. Highest I've seen so far. There may be higher. Muskegon airport has reported the 63 mile per hour wind gusts. All you need, guys, is a 58 mile per hour wind gust for something to be considered severe. So we're above that threshold, of course. Got some questions about Traverse City. Then we're going to get back to our tornado warnings. Traverse City, those severe storms, they arrive in about 30 minutes. It's going to be strong wind out there, but the tornado threat is pretty low, luckily. But you do have some strong wind going in and out there. Jumping back to our tornado warnings, we're going back to what you're seeing when you look at these colors. This is your wind. And when you have red and blue or red and green colors side by side, that means there is a lot of rotation. And what you can see here, again, this red color, right when it came on shore, I was saying before, these water spouts when they come on land don't usually last very long. And just like that, it looks as though the tornado threat has greatly diminished, luckily, south of Port Sheldon, likely because a water spout came on land. It just didn't stand together. But we still have some very strong wind, and you still should be in your safe place. I mean, once you get to wind gusts of 80 miles per hour, I would say you're safest just heading down to the lowest floor of your house, because you can get damage to the roof. You don't want a tree going down where you live. And again, you have that sort of backward C shape here. This is your damaging wind. When you get that backward C, that's when you really have strong wind gusts blowing across a very broad area. And it tells you that all that strong wind, a few thousand feet in the atmosphere, is being pushed down towards the ground. Detroit may be getting some strong wind later tonight, closer to midnight, but you still have some time out there. If you guys are in Muskegon, I'm seeing this question on YouTube chat. I'm seeing it in. Is that it? Is that real? Let me see here. I'm seeing that in TikTok chat too. If you're in Muskegon, the worst of it has passed. Just saw a report from one of you guys on TikTok, a local news station, saying confirmed tornado near Holland. Personally, I don't see that. The National Weather Service hasn't indicated that, so I wouldn't take that information too seriously yet. At least because I'm not seeing that at this moment. But we did just get a new tornado warning. By the way, this just came in. It's for that area I was talking about before, near Casnovia and Kent City. We were talking about that as long as 10 minutes ago. Again, this is a good reason to follow a meteorologist who's covering severe weather, because we can keep you way ahead of the game here. But we did just get a new severe storm warning and tornado warning rather, and this is for that area we've been talking about, near Casnovia, near Sparta. And this is for a potential tornado. No confirmation, but if we open up our wind velocity, and again, you're not seeing anything as obvious as before, but what I can tell you is, just from tracking a lot of these, and chasing tornadoes too, it is more or less, near Casnovia and Kent City right here. It's not as obvious, but what we're looking for when we have lines of storms is, when you get these areas that kind of bow in like that, that's a sign that you have rotation, because you got rain kind of going out, and then you got dry air coming in, and right in the middle, that's your area of rotation. So if a tornado was occurring, and I don't expect it is, but it's possible, it'd likely be south of Kent City right now, moving in the direction of Cedar Springs, Michigan, likely passing just north of that, a little bit closer to Sand Lake. It's about 15 minutes away from those two locations I just mentioned. Looks like we had that tornado warning removed previously, though. That was in the Muskegon area. So if you're in Muskegon, the worst of it is out of here now, luckily. So we are in a good spot. We're in a better spot out there right now for you guys in Muskegon. Give me 1 second. While I get a little more information here. Holland, you're in a tornado warning, Holland. You need to be in your safe place right now, but the worst of it has likely moved on at this point. So that's good news there. The worst of it has likely moved on at this point. Whoops, that's not what I meant to do. Okay, so sorry, I was just getting some information there. So again, we're looking at a tornado warning right now. This is still for the Holland area, but it looks like the tornado threat is decreasing. You should still be in your safe place, and even if there's not a tornado warning, you still have wind gusts that may be as high as 70 miles per hour out there, and that can do just as much damage as a weak tornado, in fact. So damaging wind, still the biggest concern here with the potential for some tornadoes mixing in. If you guys are in Grand Rapids, you got about 15 minutes before that really strong wind reaches you, so it's really getting close now. Grand Rapids right along the middle of my map here, and that is, I know a lot of people are watching from there. That is going to be a spot that will take likely some minor damage from these storms as they come in. And once again, you can see that bowing shape, that sort of backward C, and exactly where it's pressing into, the Grand Rapids area is where we're going to see that strongest wind. So be prepared. It's about to get very, very windy out there. Kalamazoo, you are still about 30 minutes from the strongest wind, but you will be impacted by a lot of wind out there as well. The farther, I don't know where all the places you guys are mentioning are, so if you give me some of the bigger cities, I'll give you a forecast for that. Just tell me between what cities you're in. Like Mount Pleasant, I roughly know where that is, but I don't know exactly. So, I see Mount Pleasant on my map, actually. Lucky for you guys. Mount Pleasant, still about an hour from Mount Pleasant, that strongest wind. What I'll say about Mount Pleasant, though, is that most certainly you have a damaging wind threat, and there is still a low tornado threat out by Mount Pleasant as well. So we're going to be keeping a close eye on that, too. All right, let's see here. Cadillac, once again, damaging wind. You got about 45 minutes in Cadillac before it really picks up out there. So there's still some time, but it's going to be a damaging wind threat for sure. And once again, guys, you all have the possibility of a tornado, but the tornado threat in most cases here is second to the damaging wind threat. By the way, you guys in South Bend, I was saying before, I really wasn't so sure about the severe thunderstorm warning you guys got in South Bend, Indiana. I don't expect you're really going to see much out there in South Bend. So good news out there. I just don't see much going on in South Bend. Battle Creek, Kalamazoo, Portage, like I said, you still got a bit of time before that worst of it gets in there, but it is on its way in right now. Grand Rapids, again, getting really close. That very strong wind. Thanks, Doxy. That strong wind getting in right now. Pontiac, let me take a look at Pontiac for you. And Detroit also, closer to midnight. It's more of a damaging wind threat. You still have some time, but that is going to be something we're watching. So Pontiac, sort of the same vibe out there, you know what I mean? It's mainly damaging wind that's going to be your concern. If you're in Franklin, Indiana, we're talking a threat tomorrow. That's more so a threat tomorrow. There's really not much going on the south end of this. Storms just failed to really materialize. So you can see out here in Indiana and in Illinois, we just don't really have anything going on right now. We don't, except for some rain. So you're good in Indiana tonight. But tomorrow, Indianapolis and area south, you really got to be on watch because we have an even bigger severe weather threat there tomorrow. And if you guys have questions about the severe weather threat tomorrow, you can find me on Instagram at Tucker Weather. You can send me your questions there. I'll do my best to get back to all of you before the storms in the afternoon. So that's a good place to get information. Again, it's at Tucker Weather on Instagram. And if you want to see him, I'm going storm chasing, guys, in 2 weeks. If you're interested in following along, I will be chasing tornadoes across a good chunk of the country. If you're interested in my storm chasing adventures, I will be posting a lot of behind the scenes stuff on Instagram as well. So it's kind of a cool place, as well as TikTok too, and on YouTube as well. I'll be posting everywhere. But if you guys are just tuning in, by the way, I am a meteorologist. I do the weather on TV in Boston. And I also storm chase, and I also stream severe weather out here too. So consider following if you are watching on TikTok. Consider subscribing if you're watching on YouTube. This is weather information you can trust. I'm not someone who hypes weather. I want to give it to you straight. I really do. My goal is to keep you guys as informed as I can. And I was saying, those of you guys watching on TikTok, I know a lot of people are looking for more long-term content these days. A lot of people looking for information that's going to keep them ahead of the game. I get a lot of questions, where can I get a forecast that's covering weather 5 days in advance? Well, if you find me, again, at Tucker Weather, it's the same handle everywhere on every platform. If you go to @Tucker Weather on YouTube, I post regular weather updates every other day. And we were talking about this very severe weather threat that you're watching right now on this live. We were talking about this 2 Tuesdays ago. That's about 10 days ago. So if you're looking for someone who's going to keep you well ahead of the storms, again, if you subscribe to my YouTube, you're looking at the right place to get good information and to stay ahead of things. And my track record, you can go back and watch my videos. The track record speaks for itself. I'm very confident in covering these storms, and I just want you to know you got a really reliable source here. All right, back to some of the stuff we're looking at now. Is Grand Rapids going to get hit? Yes, the answer is yes. That storm is very close to Grand Rapids right now. I'm going to switch to our wind velocity, those red and green colors. And Sherry's saying there is hail in South Bend. That is a good report. I appreciate that because it doesn't look like much on radar, but I appreciate that. I don't believe you're going to see much more than what you're seeing right now. But what we're seeing here, this is the Grand Rapids radar. I'm using what you're looking at is radar Omega right here, but more or less that green coloration, that's your strong wind. So it's just getting into the north and western portion of Grand Rapids in Michigan. We are tracking some very strong storms in Michigan if you're just tuning in here. Like I said, I'm a meteorologist. I work on TV in Boston. I used to work on TV in Indiana and in Wisconsin, so I got a lot of experience covering live weather. And like I said, if you guys have any questions, you can find me on Instagram at Tucker Weather. Just follow me there. Send me a DM. I'll respond to your questions there. By the way, I also like to mention this as we go through coverage, but if there are any aspiring meteorologists out there, anyone who's just, anyone who loves weather and anyone who wants to get into meteorology, if there are any students out there, any college students or even high school students who want to get into meteorology and study it, I would love to help you guys out. And if you guys have any questions, you can send me your questions wherever you want to. A lot of the weather community is on Twitter or X or whatever it is. You can find me at Tucker Weather there and follow me as well. I do a lot more. I see people on X talking a lot. You can find me there at Tucker Weather as well. Charlie, that's awesome. If any of you guys have any questions, Sandy, I respect it though. That is great, Charlie. If you guys have any questions about getting into meteorology, I would love to be a resource for you, and I can absolutely help you guys out. So just something to think about there too. I'm an approachable guy. If you guys have anything, you can bring it to me. I'd like to be a resource for you. All right, Saginaw. All right, I'll get to you in Saginaw here. Let me put this radar in motion so we can keep an eye on those storms as they keep moving. Let me get you an update for Saginaw, and in the meantime, Lansing, you still have about an hour, about 45 minutes in Lansing before things really pick up out there. So some time before storms really get bad in Lansing, but it's a damaging wind threat. Saginaw, again, damaging wind threat. My greatest concern with Saginaw is that wind, but there is still a low tornado risk. So you can go to bed if you're in Saginaw. If you want to be safe, sleep not on the top floor of your house. But what I'll also say about Saginaw is that you can also make sure your emergency alerts are awesome, Charlie. Make sure your emergency alerts are turned on your phone. So if there's a tornado warning, your phone's going to make noise and hopefully wake you up. So that's an important thing for all you guys too. Now that the sun has gone down, make sure emergency alerts are turned on your phone. You can go into settings. You can make sure emergency alerts are on, and if they're on, if there's a tornado warning, your phone's going to make a lot of noise. So be sure to do that, and that's going to help to keep you safe at night. So just make sure you're taking precautions like that and keeping yourself safe. How long will I stay live here? Asking for Ohio people. I got you. I probably will not be on live all the way to when the storms reach Ohio. But let me tell you this about Ohio. Because the south side of this storm is not materializing, the threat in Ohio actually, especially out here in the northeast side that we've been talking about tonight, this goes for everyone in Ohio. Who on TikTok, by the way, is watching in Ohio? Drop me an OH if you are. But the threat in Ohio is considerably lower right now because the expectation was that we'd have storms on the south end here moving into the state. We simply don't. So Ohio, the severe weather threat looks considerably lower right now, which is good news. A lot of Ohio people watching on TikTok. We got some Ohio people on on YouTube as well. I'm a Penn Stater, so no, boo, go blue, boo, boo, boo. Glad you guys beat Ohio State this year. Really glad Michigan beat Ohio State this year. That felt good, even though Ohio State ended up winning. Also, my Penn State flag's falling behind me. Hold on. Give me a moment while I fix it. Give me a moment. I want that to look good. There we go. Yeah, I went to Penn State, number one school in the United States for meteorology. So, again, you're watching someone who does have experience and has a real degree in this and everything like that. Let me see what we got now. New severe storm warning. This is a continuation of our last warning. This is for Greenville and Crystal, Michigan. So this one is more so for areas north and east of Grand Rapids. If you're in Grand Rapids, that strong wind is likely just getting in there right now. And what we're seeing is, again, there you are, that leading edge of the wind just getting into the Grand Rapids area. So things are really still sort of ramping up, but there is nonetheless a strong storm right on your doorstep. Those tornado warnings that are in effect, I'm not seeing a ton of rotation right now, which is good. So mainly damaging wind threat at this time. Hopefully we keep it that way. Let me see what else we have here. Yes, we're looking at mainly a damaging wind threat. Lansing, you still have that threat that's going to be increasing a little bit later on. You have about an hour if you're in Lansing. So still some time before that severe weather gets in where you are. So, I'm not saying don't worry if you're out there. Do be thinking about some strong wind, but the greatest severe weather threat certainly on the it's on the western side of where you are. Let's see what else we got here. Just trying to catch up to some of your questions. Let me know what Rockford is near, and I can give you a more detailed look. Let me see here. We got a lot of Michigan fans in here. I'm seeing a lot of go blue. It's a little too much go blue for me, guys. If you guys on TikTok are watching the YouTube stream, you'd see I got my Penn State flag behind me. At Tucker Weather is, again, the handle if you guys want to watch on YouTube. There's less people watching on YouTube right now, so if you're watching me on TikTok right now, if you're watching me on TikTok right now, you can find me on YouTube at Tucker Weather. There are less people watching on YouTube, so I will see your questions much, much, much faster if you ask them on YouTube. Just consider subscribing if you head on over. If not, I'm still looking at your questions on TikTok as well, of course. Gosh, I should have known doing severe weather in Michigan. I'd have a lot of you Mitch fans. My brother, actually, he's waitlisted there. He's probably going to Penn State, actually, but that's his number one. Disappointing as a Penn Stater, but I know it's a good school. Yeah, Benton Harbor, great question. So Benton Harbor was hit, or actually, yeah, correct. Benton Harbor was hit a little bit earlier. You're getting out of the worst of it right now. So here's Benton Harbor. You can see those bright red colors right over Benton Harbor. Awesome slot, Okie. Good to see you. I'll see you over there. Benton Harbor, though, again, the worst of that getting out, you get about 10 minutes, and things are really going to start to calm down quickly. And I'm seeing a bunch of you stream over to YouTube from TikTok, so happy to see you on YouTube. Again, on YouTube, I also do very regular weather updates, so you're going to stay very ahead of the storms if you're watching regularly. I'm going to do some more educational videos too. Melanie, Green Bay, Wisconsin, actually in the clear now, so you're all good out there. Let me see what we got. Welcome everyone everyone who's watching on YouTube now. Welcome. If you're coming over from TikTok, it's great to see you. Great to see you over here too. Murfreesboro, Tennessee is in a tough spot tomorrow. Murfreesboro is in a place where we actually do have a pretty significant severe weather threat, just as big as tonight, if not more significant. So if you guys, a lot of you guys who are in Tennessee or Kentucky especially, we're talking a really significant severe weather threat tomorrow. Still some Go Blues filtering into the chat here. Sheesh, there's a lot of you. We have any Ohio Stater? Do we have any Buckeyes in here? I don't mean to start a war in the comments, but yeah, that's a volatile combo. Let's see what else we got. No, you know what, Indiana, I was saying earlier, if you guys are in Indiana, the southern end of these storms simply has not materialized. So if you're in Indiana, you are pretty much in the clear here. I would not be too worried if you're in Indiana tonight, luckily. Let's see what else we have. South of Detroit later tonight, the threat is actually pretty low. It's going to be mainly Detroit and farther north. South Bend, Indiana, you're pretty much in the clear at this point, luckily. Holland, you're in the clear in Holland. It's still raining there. You are still in a warning, but the threat has passed you in Holland. It's passed you, luckily. Rain's starting to come down in Grand Rapids, thanks to Vincenzo for that report. Let's see. Yeah, let's take a look. So let's get into the current warnings. I'm going to go back and update these things. What I want to go green from Gabby. We got Michigan State in the chat too. What I want to tell you guys too, by the way, is I am not seeing a ton of rotation in these tornado warnings. It's mainly just damaging wind our concern at this moment. We have a damaging wind threat in Howard City, Lakeview, eventually moving into Greenville, Michigan. Those are areas being impacted by some of those damaging winds next. Grand Rapids, you are likely just getting into that stronger wind. Looks like we may have some wind gusts that will cause some lighter damage, but it's still certainly a threat. If you're in Kalamazoo, stay up a bit later if you can. If you can make it another hour in Kalamazoo, the greatest threat will begin to really decrease. I'm going to switch to our velocity here, guys. Again, you're going to see a lot of funky colors, but basically when you see bright reds and greens or greens and blues side by side, that's a sign of rotation. And I'm luckily not seeing too much of that right now. There's one area right here. This is south of Hudsonville. That is the only area. I'm going to inspect this really quick for you guys. I know this map's a little bit harder to read, but south of Hudsonville, there is an area of rotation. It's moving in the direction of Kentwood. It, to me, does not look like a tornado is on the ground right now. Does not look like a tornado is on the ground right now, just to repeat that. But there is an area of rotation, and nothing on our debris tracker, which is good. But let me show you. If I open up our velocity, again, you can see that darker green and that blue color side by side. It's not much, but there is some rotation there. I'm going to be keeping an eye on that, but I don't see enough to really concern us too much at this moment. As far as other portions of this storm, this line of storms, a little bit farther north, I know we got some people watching closer to Cadillac. You got those storms coming in here, going in there in about 20 to 30 minutes at this point, mainly a wind threat. Traverse City, again, mainly a wind threat for you too. Severe weather elsewhere. It's really just Michigan right now. That is really just our area of concern. That's good because that means it's a little more contained than it could have been. So as far as threats tomorrow, I'm seeing a lot of you guys ask about that. Missouri, for example, Kalamazoo, I did mention, by the way. Kalamazoo, give it about 20 to 30 minutes, and the wind's going to hit hard. Could be some minor damage. Missouri tomorrow, I'm going to show you the outlook here, is in a tough spot. A lot of areas are going to be facing a significant severe weather threat tomorrow as well, even bigger than this one. And for information on that, you should check out my most recent YouTube video or my most recent TikTok video if you're looking for like a 20-second update. But we have a level 4 out of 5 risk here. This includes southeastern Missouri. It includes southern Illinois, southern Indiana, and pretty much all of the western half of Kentucky. So this tomorrow is a significant severe weather threat. Damaging wind is the biggest concern, but tornadoes are a legitimate concern too. We have a level 3 risk for areas surrounding that. That's mainly going to be the rest of Kentucky, Indianapolis and farther south. We're looking at, close to Springfield, Illinois and farther south, Columbus, Ohio and south. You're in that threat too. Nashville, Tennessee is in this. Memphis and north also in that level 3 risk. Anywhere you're seeing the level 3 risk, that's where we have a threat for tornadoes and damaging winds. Large hail is a possibility too, but this level 3 risk really outlines where we have that medium risk for tornadoes. Even though there is a level 4 risk, by the way, that doesn't mean the tornado risk is higher there. It's actually Just this is where the damaging wind threat is greatest in that level 4 risk. That's why it's a heightened level. But the tornado threat is broad, but pretty equal across most of our area. Even West Virginia, a lot of that area, Charleston included in that level 3 risk as well. So we just got a new tornado warning, by the way, guys. I'm going to take a look at that. It is in Michigan here. So again, let me jump on that for you guys now. Here we are. I'm going to switch this off so we can read a bit easier. But new tornado warning just issued. Grand Rapids is included in this tornado warning. I'm going to get an idea of why this was warned because we just looked and I didn't see that much. I do believe the National Weather Service is probably playing it safe because I'm telling you, I don't see a lot here. I'm just going to look closer just to make sure I'm not missing anything. It seems to me that if there is any area of concern, it's on the southern end of this warning. So let me show you what I'm looking at here. Let me show you what we're looking at here. So it's, well, let's see what we got. So it's right here. See where you have those red and green colors side by side, or red and blue colors side by side? That is some rotation, most likely right here. This is just outside Dorr, Michigan. And this would be moving into the, we just got an update. We just got an update and it's favorable. There's not that much rotation. Again, this looks like it's more out of an abundance of caution, this tornado warning. But this would be mainly south of Grand Rapids. The southern end of Grand Rapids in this warning, though. Wayland included in this warning, too. Kentwood, you're there as well. Lowell as well. Middleville, too. Like I said, I believe this is more out of an abundance of caution because I don't see anything significant here. Lindsay's saying she just got the tornado alert on your phone. That is what happened here. The warning was issued. You should be getting those notifications on your phone. Like I said, guys, these tornado warnings, I believe, are more out of an abundance of caution because I'm not seeing a ton of rotation. There is the possibility here, really what I believe we're looking at is the possibility that something could spin up, as we say. And a spin up is when you get a quick hitting, usually weaker tornado. That's a possibility, but, damaging wind can be just as big a threat as these spin ups. Vincenzo says sirens just turned on in downtown Grand Rapids. It sounds like maybe some other people are hearing that too. Yeah, West Virginia, the threat tomorrow is going to be likely in the evening. Like I said, guys, if you have questions about the severe weather threats tomorrow, you can direct them to my Instagram at Tucker Weather. That is where I'll be able to see your questions. I'll respond to you guys by or before the storms begin tomorrow. So at Tucker Weather on Instagram. You can also see a lot of my behind the scenes severe weather stuff as well, or you can see a lot of my behind the scenes TV weather stuff as well on Instagram. So it's a cool place to find stuff. Let's see. Corey asks, why is there a big black hole in the map? No, that is actually not a dumb question at all. That is an incredibly good question. Very astute observation, in fact. I assume you're talking about this. So a lot of you guys may be seeing this black hole right here where there's nothing in it. I'll put the X here so you guys can see it. You see that right there? And what is that? Does anyone know what that is? Some of you weather people may know what it is if you track weather. But what we're looking at here is, in fact, the radar itself. Because what happens is the radar shoots out its beam at an angle. And, that's going to scan stuff higher and higher in the storm as it goes out. But the radar beam doesn't shoot straight up. So we can't actually measure what's happening directly above the radar site. So it's a little radar hole, a little radar shadow where you can't detect anything. So that's what that is. It's a great observation. All right, let me see here. Got that question? Yeah, Indiana is actually looking okay tonight. And yes, Grand Rapids, there is a tornado warning. You should be in your safe place, especially if you're on the south side of the city. But like I said, I believe this warning is more out of an abundance of caution, as I'm not seeing very much rotation out there. There could be a quick hitting tornado, a weak one, but I don't see anything significant, luckily. Damaging wind warnings are being issued a bit farther east now, by the way. Not quite to Lansing yet, but Kalamazoo is in a warning for damaging wind, and that is something we're watching. And for you guys in Indiana and Ohio, I actually believe Indiana and Ohio, it's looking like you're going to get through tonight unscathed, which is really good news compared to what we know could have been the case. So you're looking pretty good now. Actually, Jax, great question on YouTube. If you're watching on TikTok, by the way, my YouTube is @TuckerWeather. You should check it out. Have I thought much more on informational classes regarding meteorology? Yeah. So I was actually going to record a video tonight on visual storm, like how to visual storm spotting. What is a dangerous cloud? What's not a dangerous cloud? And then the severe weather happens. So I have not made that video yet, but that is going to be coming out super soon. It's going to be a really fun one because I'm going to be using all real life examples that I've collected over the years. And I feel like a lot of people who aren't as familiar with meteorology, a lot of times, there are clouds that are normal but look scary. And so I want to help to give you an idea of what is scary and what is actually normal but looks scary, and give you an idea, what's a shelf cloud, a wall cloud. All right, what's a funnel cloud actually look like? Stuff like that. It'll be coming soon on YouTube. So that's really going to be a fun video. I can't wait to make it. Like I said, I was going to make it tonight, and then we got into the severe weather, which I thought might happen. But I'll probably be able to make that. Should be over the weekend. If not the weekend, it'll be by early next week. But I am going to be making a lot more of those videos. I really can't wait. A little farther north, Blitz Bits. I got you. I'll give you guys a general overview of what we're looking at a bit farther north here. So Big Rapids, you're getting into the heavy rain and the wind right now. By the way, Fremont, you're in the clear. Muskegon's in the clear. Ludington in the clear as well. Cadillac, going to be some strong winds there. You're about 20, 30 minutes out in Cadillac. But again, really just a wind threat. In Traverse City, also about 30 minutes out from the wind. Right now, you're not in a severe storm warning, but you may be put into one pretty soon here. Most of the activity on the southern side of this, though, and we're really seeing wind become the dominant threat. I'll also add, it looks as though we may have some rotation showing up here near Gaines. I want to watch this area near Gaines, okay? So if you're in Gaines, you should especially be in your safe place right now if you're not already. Caledonia as well. It's not much, but there is some rotation, and if a tornado is to form, it would be near those areas. So just an early warning on that one. Watching that right now closely. Wow, that sounds loud, Corey. Sometimes I call it gunshot lightning when lightning's so loud. Thunder's so loud, it just sounds like a gunshot. It's just immediate a lot of times, too, from the flash. Yeah, Missouri tomorrow could be hit hard if you are near Arnold. That you definitely need to be on high alert for tomorrow, Zia. It's starting in the afternoon. Let me see. For those of you guys who are just jumping in, by the way, so for whatever reason, I don't know what it is, but whenever I do lives on severe weather, the Ohio folks and it's apparently the Michigan folks really show out. So you guys have been showing up in a big way here. Happy to have all you guys on the live, whether you're watching on TikTok or watching on YouTube. Pretty awesome to have everyone on. I will tell you guys this again, if you are new to the stream, if this is your first time watching one of my severe weather lives, just to introduce myself, my name is Tucker. I love the weather. I've wanted to be a meteorologist since I was 2 years old, and I am a degreed meteorologist, and I work on TV in Boston now. So quite literally, I am living my dream, and I love to share that with you guys. I'll be doing more informal stuff, on TikTok and on Instagram. And on YouTube, I post regular weather updates, keeping you guys informed on weather ahead of time. I do updates every other day, and I'm going to give you updates on basically more or less what the weather is going to be like over the next week, so you can stay well ahead of the game. So if you're watching on TikTok, consider following. If you're watching on YouTube, consider subscribing. And if you're watching on TikTok, consider checking out my YouTube too. It's @TuckerWeather, and I do a lot more weather information on there as well. That will be useful to you guys without a doubt. And if you have any questions about the severe weather threat tomorrow or more interested in behind the scenes things, you can also find me @TuckerWeather on Instagram. You can find me on Facebook, and I post a lot on Twitter/X as well. By the way, we just got a new tornado warning. You may have seen that flash across the bottom of the screen on that YouTube alert. I want to get into this tornado warning here. Then we're going to talk more about Grand Rapids. This is more interesting, right by Watson. Okay, so this looks like it just spun up pretty quickly. This tornado warning right near Watson, Michigan. And you can see just how quickly this occurred. We get a new radar update, and what we're looking at is an area of rotation right here where you have that red and blue color side by side. That is very, very close to Watson. So if you're in Watson, Michigan, you have no time. You really got to get down to your safe place right now. That is a spot that is going to be possibly impacted by a tornado, and there really is not much lead time here. Beyond Watson, this area of rotation is going to continue moving, looks like to the east-northeast. So Orangeville would be next in line for this. And beyond Orangeville, it continues moving to the east. In fact, I'll put a tracker on this for you guys. If you're watching on YouTube, you might be able to see this a bit more clearly. But this is, again, Watson, Martin, Hooper we're talking about here as well. Orangeville in about 12 minutes. Schultz in about 22. Cedar Creek in about 23. These seem to be some more less populated areas, but we did just get a new tornado warning. That is what we're looking at. And you can actually, you can kind of make out the hook here. That's where your tornado would be. And your inflow into the storm would be right here. So it's most certainly a well-issued tornado warning that kind of snuck up on us. And that's why we have some of these more, like I've been saying, some of the tornado warnings that are on the safer side, on the more cautious side, because you can get spin-ups. That's exactly what I was talking about before when I was talking about spin-ups. That's an example of what we're seeing. Again, just in the Gaines area, we've been watching the area of rotation. I'm still seeing what may have been an area of rotation now getting a little bit closer to Caledonia. So if you're in Caledonia, Michigan, you really got to be in your safe place. If you're not already, you should be already because you're under a tornado warning. But Caledonia, Michigan here, you have to be in your safe place because that is where we're seeing that's the other area where we could be looking at a tornado or at least a quick spin up, which is a tornado. Grand Rapids, the worst thing in Grand Rapids right now is the wind. But I will tell you, things are already starting to improve in Grand Rapids, though there may be some roadside flooding if you're in Grand Rapids too, as we're looking more or less at what is going to be quite a bit of heavy rain for still a little bit of time here. Vincenzo, I appreciate your reports all evening. They've been super helpful. Winds picking up downtown Grand Rapids, heavy rain and sirens from south side. So we still got sirens out there in Grand Rapids. There is a tornado warning. Let's see. Genesee County, which side of the state is that in? Just so I can help you out a little bit there, Royal King. By the way, if you guys have questions and you're asking them on TikTok, I've been saying this before, but there are a lot less people watching on YouTube. So I will see your questions much quicker if you ask them on YouTube. And again, that's at Tucker Weather where you can find me. You don't have to go on, but that is something that might be helpful for you. It's partially why I stream in two places also. I do see that. Wow, great call. Great call. I didn't see who that was, but on TikTok, Martin, this is okay, gosh, that's not what we want to see. I wish So that storm we were just talking about, Watson. Oh boy, guys, this is actually not a great look. So let me tell you what I'm looking at right here. So this is a kind of ominous look, but basically, when that area of rotation was by Watson, remember we were saying it was continuing to go to the east as the area. So this should be a confirmed tornado. It is now a confirmed tornado. As this moved into Martin, we had this blue dot appear. Remember we were talking about this earlier. That is a bona fide debris signature. That is really bad. That is a discouraging look because there's clear debris and it's being detected directly over this town, which is suggestive of damage being done to the town of Martin, Michigan. If you are in Orangeville right now, if you know anybody in Orangeville, give them a call. Make sure they're aware a tornado is on the ground right now and it is headed at them. I'm very concerned Martin may have just sustained a direct hit. Watson may have sustained a direct hit. And Orangeville may be on its way to taking a direct hit from what is now a confirmed tornado. I can't tell you how strong the tornado is. It doesn't mean it's doing mass destruction but there is a tornado and it is doing at least some level of damage. So I don't want to freak you guys out, but this is a really serious situation because we definitely have a tornado on the ground now and it is moving into Orangeville. It'll be there in just a matter of minutes. So I'm going to keep you guys ahead of this. Let's put a tracker on this storm and assume it keeps on producing. We're hopeful. Again, a lot of these storms, a lot of these tornadoes, we're looking at Michigan, by the way, for all of you guys just jumping in. A lot of these tornadoes don't last super long. But assuming this one does last, just assuming a worst case scenario to keep you guys prepared, we're looking at Orangeville right about now. Circle Pine Center in about 5 minutes. Schultz and Cedar Creek each in about 15. Then Dowling in about 20 and Morgan in about 25. Those are the next places that are in line for this. And again, what we're looking at more clearly, like I was pointing out just a moment ago, I'm going to switch my pen to black so you can see more obviously here. We have these red and green colors side by side. That's your rotation, and if a tornado is on the ground, it would be right here, riding right along. That's 118th Avenue, and actually at this moment, because the radar is a little bit delayed, it's likely right in Orangeville right now. And again, we discouragingly do have debris that is showing up on radar. That's what that blue dot is right there. Basically, the radar is scanning the storm. Everywhere you're seeing red colors, the radar is saying, okay, these raindrops look all about the exact same. But right where we have this blue speck, we have the radar hitting raindrops and perhaps some dust and splinters and small debris, and it's saying this does not look at all like the raindrops I'm scanning, and that's why we have this area of lower correlation. That's why we call it a debris tracker, because it really stands out when there's debris. You're also seeing a bunch of these blue colors elsewhere, but this is more simply dust and stuff just in the atmosphere. None of that's debris. It's when you have that speck in the middle. So we did just get an update on our debris tracker here. Again, discouragingly, this storm is right over Orangeville. We still have a debris signature. The good news is that it's becoming more diffuse, which suggests that the storm may not be picking up as much debris now. We're hoping the tornado has lifted, but there is very likely a tornado still on the ground moving into Orangeville, and this is a very serious situation now unfolding here as we continue to track this storm in Michigan. And we are, for reference, Orangeville is about 30 miles to the south of Grand Rapids. Grand Rapids also still in a tornado warning. I'm going to get you up to date on that warning too. And right now I'm seeing more so a damaging wind threat. I'm not seeing any imminent tornado threat. In fact, in Grand Rapids, if you are in your safe place in Grand Rapids, if you've been hanging out in the basement, you can come out. That tornado threat has passed in Grand Rapids now, but there is still a lot of rain. There's still a lot of wind, but the tornado threat has moved on. If there was a tornado threat in the Grand Rapids vicinity, Middleville and Irving, you got to be on watch still. Lowell Charter Township, Lowell as well. These are areas that would still be facing that potential tornado threat. I don't expect they're going to extend this tornado warning right now, but Ionia and Saranac, if they did, you guys would be in the next one. You are still in a severe storm warning, Ionia and Saranac right now. So it's still damaging wind potential quite high. Tornado potential not as high right now. So again, this is what we continue to track, and we are going to be watching this until the threat slows down. One thing I'll mention, I'm looking at chats on TikTok and here on YouTube now as well. Let's see. I'll sum it up this way, since a lot of you guys are just asking questions about different parts of Michigan. If you are to the east of Lansing, your weather threat is, again, mainly damaging wind. There will be a low tornado threat, but the damaging wind threat even starts to drop off once you get east of Lansing. You should have notifications, emergency alerts turned on your phone. Because if you are going to sleep and if there is a tornado warning, your phone is going to make noise as long as emergency alerts are turned on. So check out your phone. On iPhones, I know you go into settings, just find emergency alerts, make sure they're turned on. You should be good in that case. But make sure that they are turned on, because that will help you if you go to sleep. If there's a warning, it should wake you up. I'm seeing a lot of questions right now. Let's see, Battle Creek, Michigan. We were just looking at Battle Creek, and Battle Creek is going to be impacted by likely some you may have some minor damage due to wind out there in Battle Creek. But what your biggest concern is well, your biggest concern will increase there for wind in about 45 more minutes. Getting a lot of questions about, I'll get to Lowell in just a moment. Getting a lot of questions about Mount Pleasant, so I do want to check in on my Mount Pleasant, Michigan folks. Let's see, who's in Mount Pleasant? I'm seeing a lot of you guys ask questions about that, so let's get into that. Mount Pleasant, I just had to look up to make sure I got the location correct. Mount Pleasant, the good news, I expect you're going to get some stronger winds out there in Mount Pleasant. You can see that on the top of your screen. But I don't believe, if there is severe weather in Mount Pleasant, it'd be wind, and it'd likely be a wind gust or two. It's not going to be widespread severe weather out there. It's going to be windy, it's going to be rainy, but you're not going to be taking a super hard hit from this, luckily, in Mount Pleasant. Just some strong wind could do some minor damage out there, but I wouldn't expect anything too crazy. All right, Kalamazoo, you're getting into it right now. That wind is likely hitting at this moment, and I do expect in Kalamazoo, it will be raining there for about a good half hour, but what you're getting now is about as bad as it's going to get, luckily. Those of you guys in northern Indiana, like I was saying earlier, we haven't really seen the southern end of this storm really come together very well. And while there is still some storm activity trying to get going here near South Bend, and you're going to hear some thunder, I don't expect the severe weather threat is very significant at all, luckily. So South Bend and most of Indiana actually getting through this, doing pretty much all right tonight, luckily. All right, let's see what else we got here. Lowell, Michigan. We were just talking about that. So Lowell is in a spot where you are in a tornado warning, so you should be in your safe place. Again, that's the lowest floor of your house, an interior room away from walls and windows. What I'll say about Lowell, however, is that I don't see an imminent tornado threat. It looks more like damaging wind. What I will also add is that we do have an area of more significant rotation near Bown Center, near Clarksville, Elmdale, Michigan. So Clarksville and Elmdale and Bown Center. That is an area of rotation that I am kind of intrigued by. It is possible. I wasn't certain they were going to extend this warning, but it is possible they do extend this warning out towards around Portland, Michigan. Extending basically, I'm going to draw a box so you guys can see what I'm talking about here. But it looks like if they do extend this warning, it's going to end up being as far south as Carlton, as far west as Portland, as far north as Lyons and Iona, and Lowell would still be included in that new tornado warning if they do issue it. Saranac as well, Clarksville too, and Lake Odessa as well. But Lowell, I do feel as though in Lowell itself, the greatest threat right now is wind. A tornado, if one occurs, looks like it would miss you to the south. But this is something that we need to be watching right now. Again, those red and green colors side by side, especially when they brighten up like that, that's a sign that we definitely have some rotation going on in there. So got to watch that for sure. Chicago, yes, you are in the clear if you were in Chicago. You are in the clear. Ohio also looking like right now, unless you're in far northwestern Ohio, for the most part looks like it'll be okay tonight. If you guys have questions about tomorrow's severe weather threat, by the way, again, you can find me at Tucker Weather on Instagram. And if you have any questions, you can send me a message there. I will do my best to get back to all you guys before the storms begin tomorrow. And I will keep you up to date on that one. Depends. So the only area I'm really concerned about severe weather right now is actually Michigan. If you guys are in any other states, the threat is pretty low right now for severe weather, luckily, where you are. I'm seeing still a lot of questions coming in from you guys. Battle Creek, I do not expect a tornado in Battle Creek. Not from what I'm seeing right now, at least. Lightning is crazy in Kalamazoo. That's from Butta. Appreciate that report. I bet it is. That storm is pretty darn strong where you are. Let's see what else. We got a couple of questions about Traverse City. So Traverse City, if you guys are up by Traverse City is pretty nice this time of year, right? I assume it's finally getting warm out there. You guys tell me. Traverse City right here, circling it for you on the map. That line of storms is getting in. Traverse City, you're going to get some wind, but I don't expect there will be much, if any, damage. You should make it through okay in Traverse City. You should be all right out there. Just some wind. There will be some rain, some lightning, but I don't expect severe weather is going to be very significant, luckily. We do now have oh no, that's the same storm as before. That storm near Orangeville, we still have the confirmed tornado there. We were talking about how significant it looked on radar not long ago. But the good news is that by Orangeville, that tornado looks like it has at least weakened in intensity if it still exists. What I'm seeing now, if we have a tornado, is it's now moving towards Podunk and Hastings, Michigan. So again, we are not looking at, I don't believe it's on the ground necessarily, but we still have the potential right there. If there's a tornado, it's going to be right where I circled, moving into Podunk and moving in the direction of Hastings, likely passing Hastings just to the south. But we did just have a confirmed tornado there, and certainly we still have the potential for a tornado to be produced, as there is still strong rotation in this storm. So those areas in Michigan, we got to be watching closely still as this storm continues to move. We just got that extended tornado warning. This is almost exactly what I drew as that tornado warning. You recognize that? That was pretty good right there, guys. This is why there is a lot of value in following a meteorologist, a real meteorologist like myself on social media for severe weather coverage, because again, I'm seeing things and I'm able to give you an advantage. I'm giving you a warning before most other people can, because I've been trained in this, and I think a lot of people just don't feel confident enough to make these forecasts. And I'm not making them some cocky. I'm making them because I really do feel confident in my ability to read these maps. And I hope this serves as an example, just, to support what I'm talking about here. But here is that new tornado warning. It does include Portland, Michigan, as mentioned, Carlton, Michigan, Lake Odessa, Clarksville, and Saranac, Michigan. Also, all those locations as mentioned before. It is radar indicated, so there are no confirmed tornadoes, but we are watching some areas closely. I want to mention that by Elmdale right now, we have what looks to be some very strong wind ongoing, and that is a concern in and of itself, because what we're seeing here is the radar's picking up wind gusts up to 80 miles per hour. And so here's the thing. See how we're really close to the radar site here? You see how the radar, that circle is, it's just off your screen. That tells us that those 80 mile per hour wind gusts that are being read by radar are pretty darn close to the ground. And that means that this is so Elmdale and Clarksville, you are likely facing damaging wind right now, headed your way, enough that it can take down trees. So be on the lookout for that. Even if there's not a tornado, that can be just as damaging as a weak tornado. So Clarksville's certainly in a spot that is going to be taking a pretty good hit from this storm. Even if there's not a tornado, that's going to be strong wind. And Portland, you'd be next in line, down the line. Let me see here. I'm going to put this in motion again so we can get another update here. Yeah, Indiana, you're okay. You can sleep there tonight. That's a good question. Lightning and thunder in Battle Creek, I am not surprised. That makes a lot of sense. It should be some pretty big thunder and lightning out there right now. Abby asks, how long did what was that question? 1 second. Well, I just saw something. Okay, there we go. Abby asks, how long did I go to school for this? I really appreciate your kindness there, Abby. Let's see. I went to school for 4 years to be a meteorologist at Penn State. And it was something I always knew I wanted to be a meteorologist. So it's something I didn't even think twice about, but it was a 4-year program. By the way, we just got a new tornado warning. This is for Battle Creek. So new tornado warning. This includes Calhoun. Kalamazoo is actually not in this warning, but Battle Creek is in this new tornado warning. I want to make you aware of this right now. You can see our warning is including Galesburg, Marshall, Marengo as well. So give me a moment here. We have a tornado warning for Battle Creek, and what I'm looking at is we don't have any obvious area of rotation, but what we do have is an area of at least strong wind. And again, they're warning a lot of the line here out of an abundance of caution for those quick spin-ups like I was talking about. And with a spin-up, you can get a weak tornado that lasts just a few minutes, and that would be obviously a danger. But these are not very significant threats, at least off the bat here, for tornadoes imminently. So what I'm looking at more or less is the potential at some point in the next half hour for a spin up in the Battle Creek area, in the Marshall area. Marengo included in this as well. It's something that we're going to continue to watch here. And if I see anything like a spin up, we're going to go back to this. But just so you know, if you're in Battle Creek, you should be in your safe place right now. You should be in your safe place right now if you're in Battle Creek. So head down to the basement and all that. But what I'll say is that I don't see any imminent tornado occurring. So stay in your safe place until the storms pass. But you don't need to worry. There is no tornado headed at you right now. If you're in Grand Rapids, you're all good. You're in the clear in Grand Rapids. Good news that the worst of the storm has now passed. So you guys, while it is still raining a bit, you can come out of that safe place. You are safe now. All right, you're okay. If you guys are just tuning in, by the way, just wanted to reintroduce myself again. My name's Tucker. I am a meteorologist. I studied meteorology and got my degree at Penn State. I currently work on TV as a meteorologist in Boston, and we're covering severe weather here. Again, my policy: I don't do hype. I'm not here to make money. I'm here to do this because I love doing it. I love interacting with you guys. I love covering severe weather and helping you guys out. And so if you're looking for someone who can be a good source of information and who's really in it just to give you the information, consider following here. If you're watching on TikTok, if you're watching on YouTube, consider subscribing. If you guys are watching on TikTok as well, you can find me on YouTube. If I'm not getting to all your questions, you can find me on YouTube at Tucker Weather. There are less people watching on YouTube right now, so I will see your questions much, much faster. But I also post weather updates every other day on YouTube. So if you want to stay ahead of the storms, I was talking about today's severe weather threat more than a week ago. I was saying, hey, I know it's a ways out, but it looks like we could have severe weather potential, and sure enough, we do. So that's the kind of value you're going to get from me on YouTube. And if you guys have any questions about tomorrow's severe weather threat, you can find me on Instagram at Tucker Weather. If you follow me there and send me a DM, I'll respond to you about what you got to face tomorrow. You can also find me on Twitter or X, whatever you want to call it, and Facebook. But I'm at Tucker Weather everywhere. So anyway, just want to get that out of the way so you know I'm legit and you know where to find me if you're looking for more information. This is Radar Omega I'm using right now. There's a lot of radar apps. This is just the one that I'm using right now, though. It's called Radar Omega. All right. Getting to it. I'm a broadcast meteorologist. As we say, I work on TV in Boston. That's where I work on TV. You can find me on Boston 25. Let's see, Kalamazoo. Yeah, a lot of people asking about updates on Kalamazoo. So here's Kalamazoo on radar. Of course, you can see that dark red color right over Kalamazoo, but that doesn't mean the worst of the storm is there. That just means the heaviest rain is there. The worst of the storm has actually passed Kalamazoo. That strongest wind is now to the east of Kalamazoo. But you still got a bit of rain to get through, though you're going to be all right. If you want to go to sleep in Kalamazoo, you can go to sleep and be okay. Yeah, you'll be okay. Encantado, I love that you remember that. I totally forgot about that. That was in January, wasn't it? That was fun. Yeah, that was a good live. That was a fun one. Let's see. If you guys are asking me about some of your towns, I don't know where they all are. So give me some of the bigger cities they're near, and I'll give you some answers. Like Midland, although I kind of know where Midland is. But like Cedar Springs, just Midland, Cedar Springs. Tell me. Oh, I see Midland. You can go to sleep, but make sure emergency alerts are turned on your phone. The tornado threat looks low out there, but it's not zero. Just make sure emergency alerts are turned on your phone. Give me one moment here. I gotta keep blocking the bots on the TikTok live chat since there are a lot on here. Claire's near Mount Pleasant. I appreciate that. I can work with that. So if you're out by Mount Pleasant, again, make sure your emergency alerts are turned on. I feel that the severe weather threat is pretty darn low. You can see our storms moving into the Mount Pleasant area right now. I don't expect they're going to be severe warned for Mount Pleasant, though. So expect some wind. There's going to be rain, but the greatest severe weather threat is pretty much over. So if you're in Mount Pleasant, you can go to sleep. Just turn on emergency alerts for some peace of mind there. Flint, again, Flint is in a spot where if this storm can maintain its strength, if this line of storms maintains its strength, we're looking at what will be some storms that reach Flint, but not for another hour and a half. It's going to be mainly a damaging wind threat in Flint, but the possibility for a tornado is still possible. So we do need to be taking this seriously and watching that closely as well. Greenville's near Rockford. Let me look up Greenville for you. Let me look up Greenville because I don't really know where Rockford is either. So I'm looking up Greenville for you. You guys who are near Traverse City, you can go to sleep up there as well. You'll be okay up in Traverse City. Just going to be some rain and wind. I see Cincinnati. I see Cincinnati out there. That's going to be a bigger severe weather threat tomorrow. So really be on watch tomorrow in the evening especially. I see Greenville now. Greenville, literally now that I look at it, it's right on my map. You can go to sleep in Greenville. The severe weather threat is over in Greenville, but there's still going to be a couple hours of thunder and lightning, so don't be caught off guard when you hear that, but you are all right out there in Greenville now. Detroit, you still have about 2 to 2.5 hours before the storms reach you. Probably more like 2.5 hours. The tornado threat should be pretty low by the time they get out there, but there could be some damaging wind, so be prepared for that. Science guy, I haven't thought about it. I really may live stream when I storm chase. I don't know yet. If I'm not live streaming when I'm storm chasing, all of my updates will be on Instagram at Tucker Weather. I will be keeping you guys up to date with the behind the scenes. I forgot to mention that a moment ago, guys. I am storm chasing in 2 weeks, so I will be literally out in it. And if you guys are interested in following that, you can follow me wherever you use social media. You get my updates. Kalamazoo. So you're all good. No more tornado warning in Kalamazoo, just some rain. Kalamazoo, you're in the clear. Battle Creek, there is a tornado warning right now. I'm not seeing any significant rotation, but what I'll tell you I'm looking at here is a couple of these notches in the line. Like you see how it's kind of notches, how it's a little wiggly. That's a sign of some rotation. So Battle Creek, there may be some nearby rotation. But I don't see any tornado signature right now. But we are watching that closely. Let me just make sure. I haven't updated anything. We really have some dangerous wind gusts, though. These bright pink colors. You see that? That is significant wind. That is really significant wind being detected by radar. 70 to 80 miles per hour most likely. And even though it's not a tornado, that is the biggest concern I have right now is this wind because that will do damage. So if you're in Ionia, if you're in Portland, if you're in Grand Ledge, Pottersville, or Potterville, these are areas that you are going to be facing some damaging wind. That, may be enough to rip shingles off your roof. It may be enough to knock down a tree and knock out power. So charge your devices now. Don't think twice. Charge them now. By the way, you guys who are on TikTok, like I said before, you can find me on YouTube at Tucker Weather. I'm doing my best to get to all your questions, but I will simply see them a lot easier if you find me on YouTube at Tucker Weather. And like I said, right now I'm trying to build a weather community on YouTube, so consider subscribing out there too. I do weather updates every other day, 8 to 10 minutes. Keep you ahead of all the storms. It's some of the best 8 to 10 minutes you can spend. There's a lot of other weather YouTubers out there, but I feel a lot more confident in my forecast accuracy compared to theirs, especially considering there's a little bit of hype in some of the other people out there. Just saying that. That's cool. You grew up in Potterville. Better a train than a tornado. Better to hear a train than a tornado. I do not have a TIV when I storm chase. I will be in a rental car. Hopefully one with all-wheel drive. Minnesota, you're all good. You're in the clear in Minnesota. Charlotte, please. I got you there out there by Charlotte. Yeah, so Charlotte. Okay, I see Charlotte. So Charlotte, the worst of the wind looks like it's going to stay north of you. You are in actually, you're not in a tornado warning, but you are in a severe storm warning. So I do want you to be watching that because, again, there still will be some strong wind, even if there's not a tornado. Looks as though we did just get an update on our tornado warning near Battle Creek. Let me see what we got here. Switching to our debris tracker, that's why it looks a little weird. We actually, it appears, so they just made this a confirmed tornado. So a brief tornado just touched down to the east of Battle Creek. You can see that debris signature. See that blue bullseye right here. This may have hit Galesburg, actually. It looks like this tornado may have hit Galesburg. So this is now a confirmed tornado. And gosh, it looks as though if you're in Battle Creek, we may have just had a tornado that impacted the southern end of the city, the south side of the city. I cannot confirm if there's still a tornado on the ground now. It looks less likely that there is. But the south side of Battle Creek may have just been impacted by a tornado. I'm also looking at an area, I don't know if that does not appear to be debris. But a couple, again, of these spin-ups, see, quick hitters. It pops up and they go away very quickly. So it looks as though Battle Creek, again, may have just been impacted. The south side of Battle Creek may have just been impacted by a tornado. Not a lot on our wind velocity, but we did get something on our debris tracker. I'm also looking at an area north of Battle Creek, so this is some rotation out here too. This is just south of Bellevue. That is rotation. That could be warned itself for a tornado right here. That to me looks like a very possible tornado in the line. So if you're south of Bellevue or Olivet or Brookfield, if you're in any of those towns, actually you're not in a tornado warning if you're in Bellevue or Olivet, but you should be heading down to your safe place right now, even though you're not in one, because it looks very possible a tornado is nearby to you. So I want you to take this seriously. Head down to your safe place now. Toronto is all good out there, Mads. You're all good in Toronto. All good. Lansing, I'll get to in a second. Your kids have house damage in Martin. Interesting. I'm not surprised. They had at least some very strong wind out there. Yeah, Kalamazoo got a lot of Kalamazoo questions. If you guys are in Kalamazoo, you're all good. I got you, Mads. I got you. Yeah, if you're in Kalamazoo, you're all good now. You're all good in Kalamazoo. We are seeing that severe weather threat. It has declined out there. It really is at this point. We're mainly just looking at this area where we have tornado warnings. Lansing, you're going to be facing some severe weather warnings here pretty much soon too. All right, see you, Mads. Good to see you here. Glad I could help. Gosh, okay. I did not see any confirmed tornado near Holland, but there was a lot of wind near Holland out there for sure. Mount Pleasant, once again, Mount Pleasant, I was saying earlier, you're just going to get some rain and wind. I actually don't expect there's going to be severe weather at Mount Pleasant, luckily. Just a heads up, guys, I am going to have to wrap up kind of soon. I didn't eat dinner tonight, first of all, and I got to be on air tomorrow morning on TV. So I'm going to keep going as long as this tornado threat is on the higher side, but once it starts to taper off, we'll wrap things up. So again, consider following if you're watching on TikTok. Again, I am a meteorologist. You're going to get good weather information here. I will be covering storms live tomorrow as well. If you're watching here on YouTube, if you're not already subscribed, be sure to do so. Again, you're going to get regular weather updates from me, keeping you ahead of these storms. We have another big severe weather threat, I believe, next week. That's going to be more so Sunday through Tuesday. And again, Tucker Weather on YouTube, that's a good resource for you guys too, where you're going to get the latest information. And I will likely be live, of course, on YouTube as well tomorrow. So that's what we're expecting. Harley, I'm going as long as I can. All right. And if you guys are watching on TikTok, again, check out the YouTube at Tucker Weather. That can be a really good resource for you guys. Okay. I will need to take a break and grab a drink of water here in a moment. What I am most concerned about, again, we still have tornado potential. What I'm still most concerned about is the wind. And you're seeing those really bright colors here, especially near Ionia. And out here moving closer to Charlotte and Marshall. I mean, these are two areas of very strong wind that will do damage, even if there's not a tornado. So, Mel, what are you seeing in the pink? How's the wind out there? This is really the biggest threat is the wind. We did just get a new tornado warning in one of the areas I was just highlighting out here by Charlotte. What they're looking at is right by Calamo. There is some weak rotation out there, some weak rotation here. That's going to be moving into the Charlotte area, the Potterville area, Eaton Rapids, and Grand Ledge. You are also in this tornado warning. Once again, they're warning for mainly spin-ups. I'm also looking at an area of rotation That's going to be moving north of Marshall. And like I said, Bellevue, Olivet, Brookfield. I told you guys to head to your safe place about 5 minutes ago. I hope you went there because those are areas that are in this new tornado warning, and I certainly have concern out there. So those are spots you really got to be in your safe place now. Don't wait on this one at all. I'm seeing a lot of questions again of some towns. I'm just not. I don't know every town in this area. So let's see. Lapeer, Waterford, St. John's. Give me some cities you guys are near. Like Lansing, I can tell you exactly where Lansing is. Lansing, you're not in a tornado warning right now, but the way things are going, you may very well end up in a tornado warning in about a half hour to 45 minutes in Lansing. So just, grab what you might need if you got to hang out in the basement for a couple hours, or maybe not for a couple hours, but for 30 minutes or so, because you're in an area where we have seen a lot of rotation. If you're near Kalamazoo, you're all good. If you're in Kalamazoo, you're in the clear. Kalamazoo, still some wind, but you're in the clear. That severe weather threat has decreased. Traverse City, you're okay out there too. Goshen, you're okay. Let's see. I just said Traverse City, you're all good. Let's see. Waterford is north of Lansing. Peyton, what a call. Appreciate that. So the Waterford area, if it is north of Lansing there, I don't see exactly where it is, but if it is, almost knocked my mic off. If it is just north of Lansing, you are in line for some of the strongest wind. It will be there in about 45 minutes. So Lansing and areas north in about 45 minutes, you're getting into the strongest wind out there. All right, I'm going to leave it on this screen for just a moment, guys. I'm going to grab a drink of water. I'm going to be back here in literally 30 seconds. So it's going to be quiet for 30, but I'm just grabbing a drink of water. In the meantime, consider following, subscribing, all that stuff. We'll be keeping you updated tomorrow with severe storm updates as well. Now to grab some water. Okay. We're back. All right. Arkansas, your severe weather threat is tomorrow. Waterford is southeast of Flint. Okay. We're back. Checking the chat. Waterford, your threat is I see Waterford now. Your threat's actually pretty low out there until we get closer to about 1:30 a.m. So, again, Detroit, we're looking at 1 to 2 a.m. That's when most of this comes through. Traverse City, I was looking earlier. You're okay out there in Traverse City. The severe weather threat is pretty low. Really, my only big concerns are these areas here. Ionia, out towards Grand Ledge, out towards Charlotte, Marshall. This includes Lansing, Jackson, and I mean, you can see the area where we have the strongest wind. As this pushes forward again, this area remains my biggest concern. I don't have as much concern outside because we're seeing this threat become a bit more contained now. I do want to watch this. Again, we may have a tornado trying to form near. Is it Olivet or is it Olivet, by the way? Maybe some of my Michigan folks can help me out with this one. And by the way, for everyone who's still on the TikTok, head on over to YouTube at Tucker Weather because I will see your questions a lot faster if you go onto the YouTube live I got going right now too. It's the same stuff at Tucker Weather on YouTube. Hello out there in Illinois. But if you head on over there, I'll see your questions a lot faster. It looks as though we do have a confirmed tornado. The National Weather Service has not confirmed it, but again, Olivet, it looks like we do have a tornado on the ground now. That is debris right there. And this is an area I've been talking about for about 15, 20 minutes now. Olivet. Okay, Olivet. I believe that's what you're saying. Well, there may be a tornado on the south side of town, moving in the direction of Brookfield. So if you're in Brookfield, you need to be in your safe place right now. The National Weather Service has not confirmed this yet, but I expect we are going to get a confirmed tornado here. We have that debris. You can see that blue sort of area showing up in the storm. That's more than hail. That would be debris from a tornado. So gotta watch that very closely. Detroit, we're looking at a threat, but much later tonight between 1 and 2 a.m., mainly damaging wind out there. Luckily, this is the only area of debris I'm seeing, but you see how well that area of debris is correlated with the green and red colors, that wind being side by side. That tells us we have a tornado here, and it is ongoing. So that's what I'm most concerned about right now. Ohio, you should be okay in Ohio tonight. But what we're looking at is a bigger threat. A bigger threat tomorrow in Ohio. That's where the threat's going to be more significant is tomorrow. By the way, if you guys are just tuning in, again, I'm going to tell you again. This is information from an expert. I'm a meteorologist. I work on TV as a meteorologist, and I've covered many tornado outbreaks. So you're going to be getting good weather information here. I'm not going to hype anything up. If you've been following me on TikTok for a while, when the weather is quiet, we do some fun stuff. We do some behind the scenes. I'm looking to do a lot more of that. When the weather is active like this, we get a lot more serious and do severe weather coverage. Speaking of, I've been seeing some questions about Charlotte. If you are north of Charlotte, close to Chester, this looks like it may be a tornado trying to drop right now. So you have that bright, see that orange color there? That looks to me like some strong rotation right here. So between Chester and Charlotte, I am concerned that we have a tornado on the ground, or at least forming, and this is a concerning look for sure here. This is moving again. This would be missing Charlotte just to the north, but Charlotte, you should be in your safe place anyway because it is very close to you. And again, if you're in Potterville, if we got anyone in Potterville out there on the live right now, because Potterville, you have to be heading down to the basement right now. And no, Traverse City, you're okay, but Potterville, it's a good thing sirens are going off in Charlotte because this looks like a tornado to me. I'm worried, again, we're going to see debris show up here. So I'm watching that. But Potterville, you are in the path of this likely tornado. So you need to be in the basement now or in the lowest floor of the building you're in an interior room. You got to put space between you and those outside walls and windows. That's what's going to keep you safe if there's a tornado. Still watching this likely tornado near Olivet as well. And really what you can see, guys, pretty clearly here, I'm going to point this out. You'll be able to pick these out yourself too. We have this line of storms. We are looking at the bright pink color is the leading edge of the wind. And what you might be seeing here is we have those kinks in the line. You see how they kind of go in right here? See that? That tells us that there is rotation. That's the telltale sign of rotation. And when you're looking at a line of storms, this is how we pick out Charlotte. Did I say that wrong before? My bad. That's how we pick out tornadoes in lines of storms. And gosh, this is a very impressive look on radar, not in a good way. What we're seeing is, again, those kinks becoming very, very apparent. Again, you see how in this line of storms you have, like I said, those kinks that let me zoom out and actually let's do this. So you have your strong wind. Your leading edge is that bright pink color. And then within that bright pink color, you have a couple of these kinks where the wind sort of goes in like that. You get the green color side by side with it. That tells us there is rotation. You got air getting sucked into the line, and you have air getting pushed out the line on the other side too. So this is what you look for when you have a line of storms that may be producing tornadoes. And it seems very likely. I am concerned we may have a strong tornado trying to form and move into Potterville. That is a sign I do not like. Charlotte, it's really way too close for comfort, but it looks like it's just to your north. The other one is moving into Brookfield right now. Again, do we have anyone in Brookfield or Potterville? Because you have to be in the basement right now. Do not push it with this storm. This is getting pretty dangerous. And I would be very uncomfortable if I was living in one of these places. If I was not prepared at least. If you're prepared, you got a safe place to go, odds are you're going to be okay, but you really need to take this seriously. That may be some debris trying to show up on our debris tracker. We're still waiting for an update on this. But, you really need to be heading down to your safe place now if you're in these places. Again, near Potterville, near Brookfield, it looks like we have 2 tornadoes ongoing right now. So very important to take this seriously and head down to that safe place. Again, if you're in your safe place, it's very likely you're going to be okay. I can't guarantee anything, but it's very likely you're going to be okay. So you need to take those precautions. If you're not in your safe place, that's when bad things happen. So you really got to head down to there now. Do not test it with Mother Nature. So we got those 2 potential tornadoes ongoing. One moving in the direction of Potterville, just north of Charlotte. The other one moving in the direction of Brookfield. And north of all of this, moving towards Grand Ledge, we have very strong wind. So we have a lot going on here. Damaging wind and 2 tornado threats. Really 2 possible tornadoes happening. This is what we're facing right now. Is a very active scene at this moment. So yes, Potterville, Brookfield, it seems as though there are likely tornadoes. Grand Ledge, I don't expect you're going to see a tornado in Grand Ledge, but if you do hear the sirens, go down to your safe place. It looks like in Grand Ledge, we're looking at more damaging wind right here. Flint, so what you're saying, Birch Run, just north of Flint, that threat's going to be a little bit later tonight. If this line of storms holds together, Flint could be impacted by, the vicinity of Flint could be impacted by a tornado, but more so, Krista's in the pink. Dang, I hope you guys are holding up all right out there. Clare, Michigan by Mount Pleasant. I did look at Mount Pleasant, by the way, Lori. You're okay out there now, luckily. And same with you guys who are in Traverse City. You're okay out there too. All right, so we just got a new update on radar. This is a bad sign near Potterville. Again, I'm not trying to freak anyone out, but this is a really serious situation unfolding. This is really getting the sign of what you'd look for with a strong tornado on radar. This is going to pass dangerously close to Potterville, likely on the north side of the town, impacting West Windsor, Whaley Drain, Diamond Dale. This is one of the clearest tornado signatures I've seen in a while. You can see the green and the orange colors side by side right here. That has, like I said, the sign of a possible strong tornado. This isn't just something that's spinning up anymore. This has potential to be something that could, do damage to roofs and to structures. That looks to be some debris starting to show up on radar. Also, a bit farther to the south, still looks like there may be some debris near Brookfield. If you're near Eaton Rapids, my next concern is Eaton Rapids, because this is also an area of strong rotation, likely a tornado moving in the direction of Eaton Rapids or passing just south. Both locations I'm talking about just minutes away from being impacted. Potterville, you have to be in your safe place. If you're in Lansing, if we have people in Lansing right now it's time for you guys to really take this seriously. Lansing, you're not in a tornado warning right now, but I'm going to tell you this. At least if you live on the south side of the city. Honestly, not even the south side. Guys, if you live in Lansing, go down to your basement now, okay? You're not in a tornado warning yet, but I would be shocked if you're not added to a tornado warning. Lansing, the tornado I'm talking about, this potential strong tornado here, this is moving right in the direction of the city, and this is not a good look because we're talking about a very populated area and a potentially strong tornado. To me, it has the look of a strong tornado on radar. So if you were in Lansing, if you're at Michigan State, anywhere there, go down to your safe place now. Again, get to a basement. If you don't have a basement, just go to the lowest floor of your house and get to the middle of that house. Stay away from exterior walls and windows. This is a very concerning situation unfolding right now, and we are talking about that storm near Potterville moving into the Lansing area. It will be impacting the south and western portions of Lansing first. So things really picking up out here. And sorry I'm not getting to as many of the questions in the chat. It's just that we are really seeing things get busy. Not to ignore Grand Ledge, not to ignore DeWitt or St. John's or Fowler. Looks like more of a damaging wind threat. That will still be pretty significant, but this damaging wind threat is being trumped by the tornadoes that are likely ongoing just to the south. But if you're in Fowler, St. John's, DeWitt, Grand Ledge, you're going to be getting into some damaging wind out there too. Still waiting for our radar to update, but once again, if you are just tuning in, we are covering possibly a strong tornado on the ground near Potterville, Michigan, moving into the Lansing metro area. We also have one in the Brookfield, Michigan area moving towards Eaton Rapids as this situation begins to ramp up. I got people watching here on TikTok. I got some people watching on YouTube right now. We will continue to cover these tornadoes while they are ongoing. And if you have questions, I will be doing my best to get to them. I will see them if you find me on YouTube at Tucker Weather. I will see them a lot quicker there. But I'm doing my best to keep you guys updated and track what is becoming a very rapidly evolving situation. So we're covering a lot of ground here. We're looking at our debris tracker now too, and again, this is a sign of debris from that tornado near Potterville. It looks as though it is now approaching. I don't know exactly what highway this is, but it's getting towards Windsor Township State Game area. If you guys are familiar with that, really, we're seeing this move into the southwestern portion of Lansing. So this tornado on the ground and approaching a very populated area. This is a big concern. Lansing, you just got added to that tornado warning. They say it's radar indicated. I'm pretty shocked. To me, this is a tornado on the ground. And again, you need to be in your safe place now. I'm really surprised the National Weather Service is not confirming this one. It's on the ground. There's a tornado ongoing right now, and it's moving into Lansing. So please take this seriously. Do not play around with Mother Nature, not with this. I'll tell you this next frame looks less impressive, but nonetheless, we still have a likely tornado on the ground. Again, getting into that loop around Lansing, if you will, on the southwest side of the city, of the highway loop there. The latest here near Brookfield, less obvious rotation, but still clear rotation. It's less. It's not as tight. So that's telling us that there may not be a tornado, but there's still very much the potential for one to be produced, and there is still a lot of rotation in this storm. So again, a lot we're watching right now, but I'm very closely watching the storm moving into Lansing. It does look like it may be slowing a bit, but it is certainly too strong to be relying on that. Let's see what we have here. Again, just looking at our storm on radar, it's a very concerning look. Even if you don't get into a tornado, you're going to be looking at a lot of wind too. And that is a more widespread, a more broad concern is the damaging wind potential we have here as well. So again, just keeping you updated on everything. If you guys are in Detroit or Flint or anywhere out that way, this is going to reach you, but much later tonight. And the good news is that storms, generally speaking, are weakening right now. In fact, after these tornadoes slow down, I'm hoping we do see generally more slowing across the rest of the evening here. Elsewhere in the state, because now we have a second, while we wait for that radar update, you can see across Michigan, elsewhere in the state, we don't have as much activity. The severe weather, even the severe storm warnings, are largely being confined to Mount Pleasant, Bay City, and Saginaw. You are in a severe storm warning. It's for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So we're not looking at anything too intense out there. Not seeing tornadoes, but definitely some stronger wind out there too. Jackson, we'll be watching. It looks like right now, I'm hopeful Jackson, the worst of this, is going to stay to your north. But there will be some strong wind in Jackson without a doubt. Kalamazoo, you're all clear in Kalamazoo. We just got an update on our radar. Less rotation as this tornado moves into Lansing. I'm now questioning if the tornado is still on the ground. I'll say that again. I'm now questioning if the tornado is still on the ground. However, it likely is still ongoing because we have debris, which has now moved inside that loop as it moves straight towards downtown Lansing. Hard to say if it's on the ground, but downtown Lansing, I mean, this could be a really bad situation with the tornado getting into a populated area. But I am seeing, at least on our wind velocity, the rotation is weaker than it was, which is a good sign. But this could be a tornado on the ground moving into the really metro Lansing area. Eaton Rapids looks like maybe dodging a bullet if there was a tornado on the ground, maybe just to the south. But this is still moving in the direction of Mason, Michigan. So if you're in Mason, Michigan, it's headed towards you. Again, Lansing, we're looking at what is likely a tornado on the ground moving towards the metro area, really moving towards the downtown area. And you can see debris on our radar right here. Lansing, I will underline. East Lansing, I'll underline too. Michigan State, I will put in the box right there. But it's this area I am circling that is that green spot. That is debris being picked up by radar moving into Lansing right now. So a lot happening at this moment. It's good to hear there are sirens going off in East Lansing. That's we need that. Let's see. All right, waiting for a radar scan there still. I was looking at Alma earlier. Alma, you are in a tornado warning to the north, but the tornado threat will be diminishing there in about 10 minutes. It does not look like you have any tornadoes moving into Alma right now, but stay in your safe place. And again, guys, you should be in the lowest floor of whatever building you're in. If you got a house, a basement, if you have one, these are just the proper precautions you need to take to keep yourself safe. And if you don't have a basement, just get to a room on the inside of your house that doesn't have walls or windows that go to the outside. This is really important tonight, especially with these tornadoes ongoing. Ann Arbor's in a spot where it looks like hopefully storms are going to be weakening as they get in. The threat is going to be greatest a little bit later in Ann Arbor, not right off the bat right now. So you still have some time to watch. Looks like more of a wind threat than a tornado threat in Ann Arbor. But make sure emergency alerts are turned on your phone, because if there is a tornado warning, that'll go off. It'll wake you up. Okay, promising news here on our latest radar update. The debris signature is largely dissipated as it heads into Lansing. So this says to me that we may not have a tornado on the ground anymore. That last radar frame was similar. It looks like right now we could have a tornado moving into Lansing. So I want you to take this seriously. You need to assume there is a tornado moving into Lansing. But I will tell you right now, it seems a lot less likely than it did about 5 minutes ago. So this storm looks to be weakening at just the right time, because this could have been a much worse situation for us here. Again, though, still rotation, but the telltale signs of a tornado on the ground are not as obvious. And again, that's what happens with these lines of storms. Things can really ramp up and slow down sort of on a dime like that. Northern Michigan, Traverse City, if you guys are up there again, yeah, you're all good. The thing that keeps you safe is actually the lake. The lake, it provides stable air and limits things, especially tornadoes, from really getting in. All right, here's our radar update in Lansing. Again, there could still be a tornado on the ground here. That is still rotation. If a tornado is on the ground right now in Lansing, it would quite literally be right in the middle of Lansing. I mean, this would be getting right into downtown if there is a tornado in Lansing. Right into downtown. I mean, we're talking west side right there, Moores River Drive. This could have impacted, Tony M's Restaurant and Lounge. I don't know why that's showing up on my map, but that could have been impacted by this tornado. Again, I cannot say for sure if a tornado is on the ground. You should assume it is. But if we do have a tornado on the ground, it'd be moving literally right through the middle of Lansing. It's pretty darn rare, guys, to have a tornado hit the exact downtown of a metro area. But if one is on the ground right now, that is what would have just happened. So that's pretty big. Mads, you're all good in Toronto, by the way. You're all good in Toronto. Yeah, Canada's all good. Canada's all good. I'm seeing those questions in TikTok chat. You're all good out there. Still rotation, though, north of Onondaga. That's going to be passing just to the south of Mason. Also some rotation showing up now near Holt as well. So if you're in Holt, that is south of Michigan State, south of East Lansing, moving in the direction of Williamston. Actually, this could be passing more so between Okemos and Williamston. That seems to be the window right there. This is another area of rotation that I am currently watching right now too. Even if there's not a tornado in Lansing right now, I'm sure you're getting the wind, the rain. Do we have anyone in Lansing who can give us any reports? Your reports are very valuable. Do we have any reports from Lansing or East Lansing? East Lansing, the storm would not quite be there yet, but I'm curious. Or especially if you guys are to the south and west. If you live in southwest Lansing, those reports would be very, very valuable right now, because I'm trying to figure out if we potentially did see a tornado go through, if there's any damage, if you've lost power, things like that. That's what I'm curious about. So it looks like we still have some debris being picked up on radar. It's hard to say if that is, we can't say for sure if a tornado is still on the ground. If a tornado is on the ground, though, like I said, it would have moved like, let's see. If a tornado is on the ground, it would have moved right through the middle of Lansing, basically. So we're really hopeful that did not happen. But I'm trying to see again, anybody in Lansing with any reports. Lost power in South Lansing. Sirens are on in East Lansing. That's good. So at the very least here, I mean, if we take out our scope, at the very least here, we're talking about wind gusts that may be as high, not quite as high as what you're seeing on the map here because this is wind being measured above the ground. But we're at the least here, we're talking about wind gusts that may have been 70 miles per hour in Lansing, which would have been able to do some damage in and of themselves. I'm seeing less of a sign of a tornado in Lansing, though, and more just a sign of wind. Power out on the west side of Lansing, good to know. Good to know. Okay, so it sounds like just some power outages so far that's been reported. Nothing too serious yet. Sirens going off in Midland. Oh, wow. So that's surprising to me. I didn't see this one coming, to be honest, but yeah, great call out there. Thank you for the update, Sherry, on YouTube. Got that update. We got tornado sirens going off in Midland. Right as I was going to get ready to wrap this live up, things get busy, don't they? Let's take a look at this one. This does include Bay City. It includes, it does not include Saginaw. It's north of Saginaw, but Midland, Auburn, Bay City included in this warning here. And oh gosh, so the problem with Midland is that we're pretty far from the radar, but I believe what we're seeing here is, so what we have is we have an area of rotation, it seems, here north of Wheeler. So I believe Auburn, if any area in this warning is at highest risk, it'd likely be Auburn. And that would be moving, again, you have to be in your safe place. If you're in a tornado warning, you got to go to that safe spot. Again, lowest floor of your house, basement if you have one. Stay safe out there, Nikki. But Auburn, Cucaulin, Bay City, all areas that really need to be on watch. Essexville as well, as we may have a tornado, forming north of Wheeler and moving in that direction. So we're getting pretty close to the space between the thumb and the fingers and the mitten there in Michigan, of course. I'm going back to our Lansing storm. So here's the challenge. Our storm, they're pretty far from radar, so it's really hard to say if it's really hard to tell where the rotation is because now our radar, it's scanning stuff really high in the sky and not as close to the ground. And that just happens to be storms are sort of moving into a radar hole. Still looking at an area of rotation north of Onondaga, and that would eventually be moving towards Fowlerville, by the way. That's one area to watch here. I'm also concerned. So Holt, you're in the clear now, but I am concerned about another area of rotation that has just picked up south of Holt. This is going to be passing through the southeast side of Lansing, and this is moving in the direction of Williamston. Again, I was talking about this before. Passing between Okemos and Williamston would be this portion of the storm, and this may be another tornado trying to form right here. Again, if you are to the if you're to the east of Holt. And if you live between Okemos and Williamston, this is where the next, danger, in my opinion, this is what I'm seeing here. This is what we're looking at now as that next potential tornado tries to spin up. Hard to say if we still have a tornado on the ground near Lansing. It looks as though if one was on the ground there, though, that it has sort of moved on here. Very strong wind in Eaton Rapids still. I appreciate that report, Jen. That's actually super helpful. That's Eaton Rapids, and for those of you guys who are in Brookfield or Dimondale or Potterville, you're all in the same boat here too. So you guys are all, as you can see, still in that red coloration, and that doesn't necessarily mean you're in the most dangerous part of the storm, but you're getting the heavy rain, you're getting the strong wind. The tornado threat, on the other hand, is actually basically always in the leading edge of these lines. So if there was a tornado, it would not be where you guys are, but Eaton Rapids, Brookfield, Potterville, you guys are still getting the strong wind, but the tornado threat now is over there. So just hang tight. The most dangerous part is over, which hopefully gives you some peace of mind. We continue to watch, though. 3 tornado warnings still in effect. Let me see here. Natasha, let me know where Boyne City is, and I'll check. Let's see. Eaton Rapids, no tornado out there. I just mentioned a moment ago. Fort Wayne, Indiana, yes, you can go to sleep in Fort Wayne tonight. You're okay. And anyone in Indiana, you should be okay tonight. Should be okay out there. I'll get to Saginaw in a second for you, Anna. I bet there's a lot of lightning, and I'm happy to do the coverage. So Saginaw, yeah. So let's talk about Saginaw here. That new tornado warning, it's not in Saginaw. It's north of Saginaw. And more or less what we're looking at here is still a strong line of storms. Saginaw, you could be getting into some damaging wind. I don't expect big damage, but some damage. But if there's a tornado, it's likely to stay to the north of Saginaw. And I'm going to get an idea, again, if you guys are in Midland or out in that area, let's take a look again at our wind. And what I'm looking at is really this area here is of highest interest to me. And this part of the storm, like I said, is moving in the direction of Auburn. So Auburn, Michigan, and Kakalan, these are areas that would be most likely to be impacted if there is a tornado on the ground. So keeping an eye on that. Let's see. Ann Arbor. I've had a lot of questions about Ann Arbor too. So let me show you what's going on out there. What you're seeing though, and we just got these storm warnings. Flint, you just got into a severe storm warning. We also have a storm warning for, I know we had Waterford. Someone asked about earlier. Pontiac, Farmington Hills. Ann Arbor right here, not in a warning right now. It's very possible. I'd say there's a better than 50% chance that a severe storm warning is issued for Ann Arbor in the next half hour. So if you're in Ann Arbor, we're talking about mainly damaging wind threat. Some wind gusts that may be 60 miles per hour. I don't expect it's going to be anything high end out there, though. The tornado threat, low, but not zero. So again, make sure you have emergency alerts turned on your phone. Storm should get out there in about an hour to Ann Arbor, so there's still some time. As I take a look at our storms here, closer to Lansing, again, we're not seeing much detail on radar because we're really far from the radar sites. So that's not to say we're flying blind, but we're not getting as much detail. I'm going to switch back to a different radar. We definitely have this area of rotation. This actually looks like is this a new one? No. So our area of rotation that was near Onondaga, moving towards Dansville, and eventually, like I said before, we'll reach Fowlerville. So that's one area of rotation. We got an updated scan on our wind velocity. That's another area of rotation near Ashley, Michigan. This would be moving near Brant. So again, a lot of these little embedded spins. So if you're in Brant, still got some time, but you get an area of rotation moving in your direction too. And still nothing new on that storm near Midland and Auburn. Everything I said before still stands as the most recent forecast. Well, nonetheless, though, we are still seeing some very strong wind. I'm wondering, actually, Saginaw, you may find yourself in a tornado warning here very soon. I believe the National Weather Service, with what they're doing tonight, they're going to warn that area I just highlighted. It's on the left side of your screen. You get that bright pink and that darker red color side by side. That's rotation there. Again, this moving towards Brant and eventually moving towards Saginaw or perhaps just to the south. We'll have to wait and see how this projects. But Saginaw, be prepared to go down to the basement to that safe place. I'm not certain that a tornado warning will be issued, but it looks very possible. I'd say it's there's probably a 60% chance right now that one gets issued for where you are, at least in the next 5 minutes or so. So again, continuing to watch this. All right. If you guys are just tuning in, by the way, we're waiting for a radar update. But if you guys are just tuning in, I'd like to say hello. My name is Tucker. I am a real meteorologist. I have a degree in meteorology. I work on TV in Boston as a meteorologist, and I've covered severe weather a lot over the years. So this is information you're getting from an expert. I don't hype things up. It's information you can trust. I'm going to give it to you how it is always. So if you're watching on TikTok, consider following there. If you're watching on YouTube, consider subscribing. We have a big severe weather day tomorrow too, guys. This is not the only day we have to go through. So if you have questions about the severe weather tomorrow, you can find me on Instagram. I do a lot of behind-the-scenes TV weather stuff there, so if you guys are interested in that, I'm going to do more of that on TikTok here too. But more importantly, if you have any severe weather questions about tomorrow, if you follow me on Instagram, send me a DM. I'll make sure I get back to each and every one of you there. And if you guys are watching on TikTok, I am also streaming on YouTube right now. And there are less people watching on YouTube. So if you have important questions and I'm not seeing them, I will see them easier on YouTube. And one last thing, every other day I post a weather update on YouTube. I make a forecast for the next week. We were talking about this severe weather threat ongoing right now about 10 days ago. So if you're watching on YouTube, you're going to get the latest information. I'm going to be doing more educational stuff on YouTube. It's just, I'm trying to build more of a community out there. So some things to consider, but I'm happy to have you guys here. You don't need to follow anywhere. I just want to keep you guys safe, and I do this because I enjoy tracking severe weather and making a difference with the skills I have. Lansing, yeah, I bet it's pretty rough out there in Lansing. You probably could tell me better than I could tell you if there was a tornado out there, but it's very possible that there was one. These brighter pink colors indicating strong wind in Lansing, but the rain is slowing down. The rain and wind, actually everything in Lansing should be slowing down in about the next few minutes. So you're out of the worst of it in Lansing. The worst is over. Let's see. Yeah, Indiana, you're all good out there in Indiana. Dayton, tonight, you're all good too. But tomorrow, Dayton, and basically if you're in Indianapolis or farther south, you got to be watching for tomorrow. So the weather threat tomorrow is more likely, at least based on what we're expecting. And let me go back to our tornado warnings in a second, but I'm going to show you our outlook for tomorrow just so you guys are aware of what's coming up. This is our severe weather outlook for tomorrow. And you're seeing a significant level 4 out of 5 risk out here for portions of southern Indiana, Illinois, eastern Missouri, actually that'd be southeast Missouri, and western Kentucky. We also have a level 3 risk for severe weather, and that includes much of south central Indiana. We have West Virginia, Ohio, Tennessee, including Nashville. We got Arkansas in there too. These areas are in the threat for tornadoes without a doubt tomorrow. That level 4 risk is in an especially high risk for damaging wind tomorrow. So this is our area of greatest interest. I do plan to be live on YouTube and on TikTok, answering your weather questions, doing all of this all over again. So again, if you're watching on YouTube and you subscribe, if you're watching on TikTok and you follow, you're gonna get weather updates tomorrow too. So we're gonna keep you up to date on everything here. Toledo, actually, you know what? In Toledo, I was saying this earlier, the southern end of our severe weather just has not materialized. So you know what? In Toledo, there may be some storms tonight. There could be some strong wind, but I believe Toledo, you're largely going to be okay out there. Let's see. Where is Gaylord in relation to Detroit? Then I'll be able to give you a better answer. Jackson, from what I remember from looking at Jackson. So Jackson, you're still in a severe storm warning. If you're in Jackson, it's likely you're going to have a strong storm come through there in about the next 30 minutes. There is a low tornado threat. There is certainly... Oh, it's that far north. Thank you for that update. There is a low tornado threat. There is also... It's mainly damaging wind for you in Jackson. I didn't realize Gaylord was that far north. Let's try to find it on the map. Let me just look it up so I can give you a better answer. Detroit, your threat's going to increase in about 2 more hours. It's mainly a damaging wind threat. The tornado threat should be lessening pretty quickly from this point. Well, I wouldn't say quickly, but it's slowly and surely. And we just got that tornado warning. Saginaw, like I was talking about this just a minute ago. Actually, I was talking about this about 10 minutes ago. Saginaw is now in a tornado warning. Gaylord, by the way, I didn't realize it was that far north. Gaylord, you're okay. You're okay out there. Some heavy rain, some gusty wind, but no severe weather. I want to go to Saginaw because we just got our tornado warning out there. This is, remember that area of rotation I was saying I expected they would warn at some point. They did just warn it. So how's that for some lead time for you guys? Of course, the area of rotation, now that I look again, does not look quite as good as it... Well, actually, I was using a different radar. Let's see what we got here. Give me one moment while I get updated on this one. Honestly, the area of rotation does not look as good as it did before, but they're choosing to warn this as there is still the potential for a spin-up. You've probably heard me say spin up a lot, and that is when we get quick hitting, usually weaker tornadoes. But really what the National Weather Service is saying is it's hard to pick out where a tornado is likely right now because there's no radar nearby. So anything in this line here, even in this line here, we kind of got two lines, has the potential to spin and produce a tornado. And so Saginaw, Bay City, Midland as well, there's no imminent risk, but there is a heightened tornado potential over the next hour, and that's why you're in these warnings. If you are in a warning, and again, I'm saying there's no imminent risk, but you should be in your safe place, lowest floor of your house, a basement if you have one, you should be in those places now. You shouldn't be waiting. You should go down there and you should hang out there until the threat's passed. But I just want to say I don't see any tornado on the ground or anything like that at this moment. T says Pinckney, Michigan has sirens and a threat. Let's see. Boyne City. I'll take a look at Boyne City for you. If it's on the north side of Detroit or in that general direction, your threat is going to increase in about the next 2 hours out there as well. Mainly a damaging wind threat, but there is a medium tornado threat too, because this is still producing some damaging wind, and there is still some rotation in the air. That's why we have tornado warnings being issued. So that's actually a myth. Storms do not actually go around valleys. But Toledo tonight, you are in a favorable spot. If anything, Toledo, it's the lake that would be protecting you from the worst of it. Anyone in the Detroit area or Detroit metro area out here, as far north as Flint, what we're looking at is mainly a damaging wind threat, but there is a low to medium tornado threat out there too. So if you're in Ann Arbor, if you're in Detroit, if you're in Flint, that area I just circled out here, what we're looking at is a threat that's going to be increasing over the next hour. If you're in Detroit itself, it may take 2 hours to get out there. But the threat is not... Let me tell you this, guys, just to make it easy. There is not a very big difference in the threat levels in Detroit or Flint or Bay City right now, to be honest. It's all mainly damaging wind with portions of this line of storms spinning and having the potential to produce a tornado. So none of you guys are in the clear yet. Damaging wind is more likely than anything else. But there is a tornado potential, and you do need to be aware of that. So that's what I'm trying to tell you guys, is that it doesn't matter so much where you are right now. I'll say this. Once you get north of Mount Pleasant, Midland, and Bay City, the severe weather threat really decreases. If you're in northern Michigan, you are all good. If you're in Indiana, if you're in Ohio, you guys are all good too. It's really just this window here, in the central part of Michigan and in the southern part of Michigan that has the severe weather right now. All right, a lot of people asking about Williamston. I bet you guys must all be watching together. You guys must all be friends. That was too coordinated, but nonetheless, it got my attention. So Williamston, let's take a look at here. Williamston, Michigan, of course. I assume Williamston, Michigan. Oh, there it is. Okay. I wasn't showing up my map for a second. Just trying to look it up so I have the right location for you. Okay, I see. So Williamston. All right, so if you're in Williamston, okay, you're definitely getting the rain right now. You're getting the wind too. Williamston right here on our map. They just extended that tornado warning, by the way. What timing? Williamston, the tornado risk is over there now. You still have damaging wind, possibly. You still have heavy rain, but the tornado threat is over out there now. So that is good news. What I will say, though, is that they did just extend this tornado warning. It appears to be for Livingston County. And this includes Fowlerville, Genoa, Heartland, these towns here. So if we open up our wind velocity, again, I'm not seeing a ton of obvious rotation. That is some rotation here. Moving into the southern side of the county. But we certainly have... We do have a tornado warning that was just newly issued. And this is going to be moving more into the Detroit area as we get later tonight. So, let's see. East Lansing, yes. Brianna, that's a great question. If you're in East Lansing, you're all good now. If any of you guys are in Lansing, you can leave the basement, the safe places. You are in the clear. Jackson, even though you had a storm, Jackson, you're not in the clear yet. You got another one coming in. Let me see. Alma, I know we had someone ask about that before. You were in the clear. Greenville's in the clear. Mount Pleasant's in the clear. Still looking at some general areas of rotation in an otherwise line of damaging storms, damaging wind, moving across central Michigan. Okay, man. We don't have a tornado confirmed in Livingston County, but we do have a storm that has the potential to produce a tornado in Livingston County. Gotta be honest, guys, I'm getting a little tired. Full day of work, kind of got straight to this. Been going for a while now. How long have we been live for? Let's see. Sherry reports semi overturned with entrapment near Meyer, D.C. Yeah, if you're north of Ann Arbor, if you're north of Ann Arbor, I'm looking for Pinckney. I don't see exactly where it is, but that tornado warning is not far north of Ann Arbor. In fact, did we just get a new tornado warning? No, they updated one. Okay. So for reference, this tornado warning is, if you live 11 miles north of Ann Arbor, you are in this tornado warning. That's how close it is to Ann Arbor. Ann Arbor is not in it, but if you're 11 miles north, you are. Toledo, you're all good. Yeah. So what happened was we expected there would be more storms on the south side of this, and they just never materialized. So good news for Indiana and Ohio. You're all clear here. It's just Michigan. It really is just Michigan here that we are tracking this severe weather. Ray, I don't know if there was an emergency issued earlier today. I have not seen a tornado emergency, but there may have been somewhere else. Yeah, there is a tornado warning in Saginaw. So if you're in Saginaw, make sure you're in the basement, or at least the lowest floor of your house. I don't see anything that suggests a tornado is imminent, but there is most certainly the potential for something to spin up. Kind of curious if that is. I can't tell if that's interference or not. So let's see if it's debris or not. You're looking at my debris tracker. That's what all those colors are. I don't see anything that's conclusively debris. So we continue to watch tornado warnings in effect right now for the following counties. We have one that is for northern Saginaw and southeastern Midland counties. We got another one that is just Saginaw County. And we have another tornado warning that is in effect right now, of course, for, as we mentioned before, Livingston County. That's in southeastern Michigan, as it reads on the warning. Southeastern Michigan. I'm waiting to see if we get any more updates. Looks like they're removing some of the severe storm warnings. Still damaging wind a concern as we look out towards Flint, Detroit. Damaging wind is going to impact more people than anything else here. I have not seen a tornado in Freeland personally. If you're watching on YouTube, by the way, if you guys are on TikTok, I'm also streaming on YouTube. The stream might be a little easier to watch on YouTube. So at Tucker Weather, that's where I'm streaming on YouTube, at Tucker Weather. It's probably a higher quality on YouTube than TikTok. I'm still treating TikTok with just as much preference as YouTube. But YouTube, the stream is probably a little cleaner. And I will see your questions a lot faster if it's YouTube as well, at Tucker Weather. Rudy, where are you? If you are in a tornado warning, you should be heading down to the basement, no matter what, like now. Best colleges for meteorology, Ray. Penn State, number 1. Oklahoma University, number 2. There's a lot of good ones beyond that. NC State, Florida State. Valparaiso is actually a great school for meteorology, even though it's smaller. There's a lot I'm forgetting, but those are some that I know a lot of people. Cornell, it's a good one. There's a lot of other places too that I'm not even thinking of right now because I'm kind of tired, but there's some good ones out there. All right, let's see. You're all good in Montana. Battle Creek does not have power. Thanks for that update, Katie, on YouTube. The storms are over out in Battle Creek, luckily. Yeah, Kelly, that's right. Tornado warning in Livingston County. I am continuing to watch that here. Still not seeing a lot of detail on our velocity. I'm not seeing much of anything on our debris tracker, although there is an area of interest. Cahokia. We may have a tornado that briefly was on the ground north of Fowlerville and moving in the direction of Cahokia. So if you're in Cahokia or Argentine, these are areas I can't confirm if there is a tornado here, but I do think there may be a tornado. Yeah, Valparaiso for college, yes. Valparaiso is actually a great school for meteorology. I visited Valparaiso when I was a student. I very strongly considered it for college. It's a little small for me. I ended up going to Penn State, but yeah. Let me. So Saginaw, I would say you gotta wait in Saginaw. You can't quite go to sleep yet. Give it another half hour, and things will get better out there. But Saginaw, you're best off still waiting. You can still see the lines of storms approaching Saginaw here. They still both got to get through. Has not happened yet. Again, I do think we may have had a weak tornado north of Fowlerville moving towards Cahokia and Argentine. So if you're in those spots, make sure you're heading down to those safe places if you're not already there. You know, at Argentine, you're not in a tornado warning right now, actually. But out of an abundance of caution, I would go down there just to be safe. Yeah, Ray, Penn State is the best program for meteorology. That's where I went. It's tough. It's difficult. A lot of science and math, but yeah, definitely check it out. If you have any questions about it, you can ask me. I'm using Radar Omega. That's what I'm using right here. Chicago is all good. You guys left those storms way back in the past, luckily. London, Ontario, you will be facing a threat for some storms, but I expect, actually, that's my first Canada question. I expect in London, actually, it's not my first Canada question. We had a bunch of Toronto questions. I expect the worst of these storms is really going to weaken before it reaches London. So London, Ontario, storms tonight. Could be some strong wind. The worst of it will end before it gets to you. Great to see. We got 91 people watching 108 people watching on YouTube now. Happy to have you guys on YouTube. Again, consider subscribing and be sure to check back tomorrow as we'll be watching storms and tracking them live again. Lake Orion east of Lansing. Let's see. Depends how far east of Lansing you are, but if you are within a 20-minute drive of Lansing, the tornado threat is over. If you're more than 20 minutes to the east, not quite over yet. These are the worst of the storms that we have seen, at least in Michigan today. We did see quite a few strong storms in Wisconsin too, but it's really been Wisconsin and Michigan that the worst of the storms have been in. Southeast Livingston County, I'm watching for you out there, out by Hamburg, Green Oak Township. You are in this tornado warning. And I'm interested in what this is here. There is certainly a tornado threat where you are. I believe actually southeastern portions of the county are at a higher risk than other parts. Basically, southeast and southwestern parts of the county seem to be at the highest risk right now. It appears to me we may have a tornado forming. You can kind of see this hook here. You see that hook right there? That would be moving towards southeastern. What was the name of your county? Livingston County. So this right here may be a tornado trying to form. I would be on high alert if I was, in southeastern portions of Livingston County, Hamburg, Green Oak especially. You definitely need to be in the basement right now. Tornado warnings or sirens in Waterford, Michigan. Interesting. Let me take a look at that area. Because you're not in a tornado warning in Waterford, but you are in a severe storm warning. That's for 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So the wind is the biggest threat there now. Here's the thing, though. If you're in Waterford, and if you're around Waterford, I'm looking at Farmington, West Bloomfield, Independence, You guys are going to be stuck facing 2 rounds of storms. So what you're getting out there in Waterford and those areas right now is round 1. You will be facing a second round here coming up, and that's going to be in about 30 more minutes. That second round has a higher tornado risk with it, so you got some time before you're in the clear. Let me say also, like I said, if you guys are watching, I've mentioned before, I am a meteorologist. I currently work on TV in Boston, but I've covered a lot of these tornado outbreaks on TV as well, and in lives. I just want to let you know this is information you can trust, and this is real time, legitimate updates, stuff that is hopefully going to help to protect you guys and maybe give you guys some peace of mind. But we are staying pretty active right now as we get later into the night. At some point here, I will need to wrap up the live because I need to sleep. I work on air. I work on TV tomorrow morning. Not early in the morning, but tomorrow morning. So hopefully these storms weaken. If not, I'll stay on as long as the threat seems significant. But we are seeing it looks as though the threat decreasing on the north side of this. We still have tornado warnings in effect in the Saginaw area in Bay City. One area of potential rotation right here that will pass just south of Saginaw. We're going to keep tabs on that right there. We're going to keep tabs on that one, but it looks like the threat is slowly decreasing just to the, on the northern side of this. Just to the south of Saginaw is where we have the highest potential for a tornado. What's up, Matt? Mesomat in the TikTok chat. Dude's a legend. Should follow him, guys. If you saw him, drop it in there. Mesomat's a good follow on TikTok and on YouTube. Also, some of you guys who follow me may follow Andrew Markowitz. He's also a good follow. If you're looking for live coverage, there will be a time when I'm not doing live coverage tomorrow, and Matt will be. So Mesomat's your go-to when I'm not on here. Oh yeah, you're like literally in the moderate tomorrow, Matt. That's right. Well, good luck. I do hope the best for you guys out there. I forgot you're out there. That's gonna be a busy day. Madison Heights sirens going off. Thanks for that update, Jess. And let's see. Anything near Detroit, Abby, what I'm looking at is, and I see Livonia. You're better in Livonia than you are near Farmington or Bloomfield. The worst of it may be ending up a little bit to the north. Saginaw sirens. I know those ones are going off. Let me see what else we got here. We have a little gap in the middle. Flint is actually getting through this all right now. Flint's no tornado warning there. Still some strong wind, but a lot better in Flint than anywhere else at this moment. Jackson, we're looking at the second round coming in right now. And this second round is going to be very similar to the first. Looks like mainly wind and some rain. I don't expect we're going to see much more beyond that. The tornado threat appears pretty low. They have a tornado tag. I don't believe we're going to have a tornado out there. It looks like for Jackson, just more heavy rain, wind. Could be some hail. What are the little crosses on the map? That's a great question. The little crosses you're seeing, and we've seen them decrease in number, but all those little crosses are lightning strikes. Now, the fact that we've seen less lightning, you can see over time. See those little crosses on the map? See how they decrease in number? That's a sign that our storms are weakening, actually. When they produce less lightning, the updrafts are less active. You're not able to likely sustain storms as long, and so at least at night. And so that's what we're looking at in terms of lightning, but that's also a sign that the storms may be weakening a bit here. Let me see. West Branch. I was looking at West Branch earlier. The severe weather threat's mainly going to be wind, but there is a tornado threat out there still. So let's take a look here. We'll get back to our tornado warnings. Like I said, I'm looking at one area here. This is moving towards Hamburg Township. I'm seeing your question on YouTube about that. I don't see a ton of rotation at this moment, but this part of the storm is what concerns me the most. So Hamburg, Green Oak, those are areas that you definitely need to be in the basement right now. That storm is going to arrive there now to the next 30 minutes, depending on where you are. Out towards Saginaw, we also got a tornado warning out here. And this one, again, I'm not seeing anything that's super obvious, but there are some areas where there may be some rotation along the line. So it wouldn't surprise me if there are some brief tornadoes that occur, near Saginaw and to the south, and by Bay City, Auburn, Essexville. Once again, another tornado warning out there, and what I'm seeing in that direction, I mean, there could be some rotation moving towards Bay City, but there's nothing that's definitive. Partially because we're far away from the radar site, but I also believe this severe storm potential is decreasing slowly, especially the tornado potential on the north end of our threat here. Luckily, my favorite color is red. Red is my favorite color. Happens to be the same color as tornado warning boxes. All right. I'll do this again. If you guys are just tuning in, my name is Tucker. I'm a meteorologist, and I work on TV in Boston, but I also do severe weather live coverage here. I got a degree in meteorology, so you're going to be getting good weather information from me. Consider following if you're watching on TikTok. Consider subscribing if you're watching on YouTube. Again, I don't hype stuff up. I'm just giving you the weather information as I see it. If you're watching on YouTube, I do regular weather updates, so you'll want to watch my recent videos. You'll get all the latest information you need on this severe weather threat. And by the way, I'm tracking another potential severe weather outbreak next Sunday through Tuesday. So you'll want to watch my latest weather video, my latest weather update, because I'm talking about the potential already for Sunday to Tuesday. It's a great place to stay ahead of storms before they even form. So that's a good place to look. If you guys are watching on TikTok, of course, I always do my weather updates there too. If you have any questions I haven't gotten to, you can find me on Instagram at Tucker Weather. If you guys like the behind the scenes of TV life, I post a lot of that on Instagram as well. So something to check out there. I'm at Tucker Weather on everything. You can find me on Twitter. You can find me on Facebook too. Twitter, if you have any weather pictures, send them to me on Twitter. That's a good place to find me. But if you're watching on TikTok, look me up at Tucker Weather on YouTube as well, because I'll see your questions a bit quicker if you drop them in the YouTube chat. Any tornado touchdowns? Yes, we have had some tornado touchdowns today. It's very likely we've had at least a few here in Michigan. We have likely had at least a few in Wisconsin too. Honestly, it seems to me we've likely had probably close to a dozen total across Wisconsin and Michigan, but we will not know that for sure for a few days. They have to go out and survey, of course, the damage and stuff like that and confirm it. But yes, it's been a busy day for sure. We actually have had stuff. A busy day, I will say, for Wisconsin and Michigan. The southern end of our severe weather threat really did not produce, which is good news. So it's been a lot quieter on that end of things. Let's see. Clinton Township. So really, let's see. Tell me what city you're near, Nick, and I can give you a better answer. Tomorrow, storms will not be this bad in Michigan, but we may have worse storms in places like Kentucky, Tennessee, Missouri, Illinois, Indiana. That's where things may be worse tomorrow than what we're seeing now. Let me see here. Waterford, good question. Update on Waterford. I was going to look up. So Waterford, the good news is that storm that's been tornado warned, it looks less likely to produce a tornado. So I don't expect Waterford will be added to a tornado warning. It looks to me more like Waterford's going to be kept in a severe storm warning. These storms actually, guys, good news. These storms are all beginning to weaken pretty quickly now. Well, I wouldn't say pretty quickly, but they are most certainly showing signs of weakening. Lansing, you're all good out there. You are certainly all good in Lansing. Let's see what else we got here. Let's see. Livonia, you're not in a severe storm warning, but that is in an area where I expect there may be a severe storm warning at some point here because there's a storm moving in and it's reasonably strong right now. Davison, let's see. You got some strong wind coming in. I expect there's going to be a severe storm warning where you are, but the tornado threat luckily seems pretty low. So a lot of wind out there possibly, but not as much spinning. Not a bad thing. That's good news. Like I said, guys, we are continuing to watch this slowly weaken, which is good news. I don't expect they're going to extend. They may not extend any of the tornado warnings. And if that's the case, I will wrap up the live at some point. I am looking at an area there is some rotation south of Birch Run, and that's moving into Tuscola and Millington in about the next 15 minutes. It's nothing crazy, but there is some rotation. So they actually could extend that tornado warning. If they ultimately don't extend these tornado warnings, though, we'll wrap up the live. But northern Oakland County, your sirens just went off. Interesting. Because there's nothing new out there right now. Let's see. Yeah, Davison, it makes sense that there is a tornado watch, but a watch is much different than a warning. Yeah, Battle Creek I was looking at earlier. Battle Creek, you're all good. You are totally all good out there in Battle Creek. The storms are gone. The storms are gone out there in Battle Creek. A lot of you guys are asking me about Albion. Albion or Albion? I don't know exactly how to pronounce it, but one of those. Let me see what I got for you. I'm just looking it up on the map, so I got the right location. Yeah, you're all good in Albion now. I know there's still some rain, there's some wind, but you're in the clear in Albion. Worst of it's over out there. Yep, you're all good in Montana. All good in Montana. Lake Orion. Watching that. Looks like could be another round of strong wind, but no tornado right now. Yeah, the risk is decreasing if you're near Saginaw. Yes, you are still in a tornado warning. You should stay in your safe place until that warning ends, which is it's still a half hour. You should stay in your safe place for at least the next 20 minutes. But the tornado threat out there and the severe weather threat looks a lot lower in that direction now. Yeah, Kelly. So it's interesting. It's emergency management generally is in charge of the sirens, and sometimes it is confusing. I don't know why they do it, but a lot of times, well, I do know why, but some emergency management places, they will turn on tornado sirens for severe storms, for winds basically like 60 miles per hour plus. It gets a little confusing, but yeah, that may be what you're hearing. Let's see. Pickaninny's next to Hamburg. Sirens, power out, phone alerts. Interesting. So, yeah, that's right. Yeah, if power is out, that's right. Make sure you get your phone to give you alerts. You guys should all make sure you have emergency alerts turned on your phone, by the way. That's what's really going to keep you safe. Because your phone's going to make noise if there's a tornado warning. And everyone has their phone on them, so that may alert you to more, what is what's headed your way, and it may alert you. That's what you should rely on your phone more than sirens. Actually, sirens, more stuff has shown that sirens are no longer a really reliable source of warning information. So use your phone, rely on your phone more. Make sure emergency alerts are turned on your phone. They should be by default, I'm pretty sure, but just make sure. You can go into settings and check that. Ohio is all good. New Baltimore, you still have a chance for some damaging wind. That tornado threat does seem to be decreasing a lot, though. Yeah, everything in Ohio is all good, luckily. Tomorrow we have a pretty significant severe weather threat, though. Level 4 risk. That's an even bigger threat tomorrow than it was today in Missouri, in Illinois, in Indiana, and in Kentucky. And every surrounding state has a severe weather risk too. So tomorrow is going to be a big severe weather day. I'm going to be back here again live covering the severe weather tomorrow. So if you're watching on TikTok, be sure to follow, because again, we'll be covering severe weather live tomorrow as well. And by the way, again, you're getting weather information from a real meteorologist here. I'm literally going to be working on TV in 9.5 hours. So that is my real-time job. This is what I do when I'm not working on TV. If you're watching on YouTube, be sure to subscribe. I'm putting a lot more of my energy into YouTube these days, making regular weather updates, covering severe weather live here, and we will be live tomorrow as well, covering severe storms. If you guys are watching on TikTok, also consider checking out my YouTube. It's @TuckerWeather. If you want to watch regular weather updates, I post an update every other day, and I keep you ahead of severe weather before probably anybody else. Definitely pride myself on that, keeping you way ahead of the storms. So do consider that. And if there's any questions I haven't answered, or you just want to see some behind the scenes stuff, you can find me at Tucker Weather on Instagram. You can also find me at Tucker Weather on Twitter if you have storm photos, or Facebook too if you use that, at meteorologist Tucker Antico. Well, at least that's my name on Facebook, meteorologist Tucker Antico. So yeah, all right, let's see what we got here. Seeing some of your questions. Lake Orion right now, no new updates. Likely another round of strong wind and heavy rain, but actually the severe weather threat seems to be decreasing in the Waterford area. Let's see. Mount Pleasant, you're all good. All good in Mount Pleasant. Just some rain. Howell, if I got the right location, you should be okay here too. Looks like they issued a new severe storm warning instead of extending tornado warnings. So the National Weather Service here, they could have extended the tornado warnings, but instead they did this, and they created a new severe storm warning here. So that tells us that they believe the tornado potential is decreasing. And the storm warning is only for 60 mile per hour wind gusts. So that's a good sign. That's a good sign. That's a sign that things are slowing down out here. It does not look like they're going to extend the tornado warning moving into the Waterford area either. So I'm going to begin to wrap up the live here in just a minute. So again, we've been going for a while. What I'm going to say, based on everything I'm seeing, storms are weakening right now. We still have, we have sort of two lines here. Might be a little bit of a double whammy out towards the northern Detroit area, but you can kind of see these two lines of storms. The tornado potential is decreasing. The damaging wind threat is decreasing too. Damaging wind is more likely where we have, well, really damaging wind's more likely everywhere. Tornadoes are less likely, but we still have the potential for a tornado at any point tonight. So expect damaging wind. And prepare for a tornado just in case. Make sure emergency alerts are on. Keep your phone by your side. And if there's a warning, it'll make noise and it should wake you up. I would keep going longer, guys, but I really, they just issued a new warning right when I said that. I'm going to cover this new warning, then I'm going to hop off, all right? Because I do need to get my sleep here. And I also, we've been going for a while, and these storms really are weakening. I see, so some of you guys just got a warning. We're going to talk about what we're seeing here, then I'm going to hop off. But so this is what I'm looking at. Two possible areas of rotation. We got one up here. We got one here. So this does not include Waterford, but it is just north of Waterford. So again, two areas of potential rotation. These are moving east. So Ortonville, Oxford, Addison, Orion is included in this. Independence, Springfield, Oakland. If you're in any of these places, you do need to head down to your safe place. You got to make sure you're paying close attention to this. Sounds like a lot of you guys got this warning. Waterford, I guess if you're on the north side of Waterford, you may be included in this warning too. But this is, again, more of a, I'll call it more of a precautionary warning. You need to take it seriously because there are areas of rotation. We could see tornadoes produced. But again, if I mentioned your town, and we're looking at Ortonville, Springfield, Independence, Orion, Oxford, Leonard, Addison, Oakland, Charter at least, Waterford, Auburn Hills, you should be going down to the basement now, and you should be there, set an alarm, stay there for 45 minutes. After 45 minutes, the severe weather threat should end where you are, and you'll be in the clear. Otherwise, for the most part tonight, we're just looking at some severe storms. This may be one of our last tornado warnings, could be the last tornado warning. So the good news is that we're not seeing too much activity beyond this. Anyway, guys, please stay safe, okay? And check back tomorrow because, again, we're going to be covering more of the severe storms ahead tomorrow as well. We certainly have a lot more active weather coming later in the weekend as well. Like I said, Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday, all days that I expect severe weather to occur, and it may be even more significant than this one, this outbreak. Livingston, by the way, yeah, you should be all good out there now. Should be all good out there. But yeah, tomorrow is going to be a bigger day than this, and then the next severe weather outbreak may be even bigger than this. So a lot to watch. And like I said, if you're watching on YouTube, especially if you're watching on TikTok and are unaware, I post videos every other day on YouTube giving you a full overview of the, not even severe weather, but of the outlook for the next, 3 to 7 days. I was talking about last Tuesday, today being a day to watch, and here we are, tracking severe weather. So again, you're going to get the weather information ahead of everyone else. If you follow me on YouTube, I take a lot of pride in that, and it's the value I provide. You're going to know before anyone else, and it's going to be a high quality forecast. So find me at Tucker Weather over there. You can find me at Tucker Weather on Instagram, on Twitter. Like I said, at Tucker Weather on YouTube, and at meteorologist Tucker Antigo on Facebook, if any of you guys use that. But yeah, consider following, guys. And like I said, stay safe tonight, and I will see many of you tomorrow for more severe weather coverage. So I'm going to leave you with that. But once again, I hope the best for all of you guys, and safety, health, all that. And by the way, if you are anywhere in Kentucky or Ohio, or we're talking about Missouri or Illinois, you guys are the ones who are facing the highest risk for severe weather tomorrow. So that is the area that I am keeping my closest eye on. So you guys will be talking about very, very in depth tomorrow. But in the meantime, thanks for being here, guys. I'm wrapping up the live now. Have a good night. Stay safe, and I'll see you guys in my next videos or my next live. And if you have any questions or you want to see any content, you can always drop something in the comments, and I'm happy to answer you. Or if it's a good idea, of course, I'll create some content for you guys, make some videos. Especially if you want to learn something, I'm happy to do that. So I'm rambling now, so have a good night, guys, and I'm going to get some sleep. Stay safe out there.